Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 15 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 15-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeyes Sports Network. From Learfield, this is Hawkeye Women's Basketball, brought to you by U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Iowa Lottery, be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. By University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. And by Hy-Vee, score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Now to courtside, here's Rob Brooks and Jamie Lang. It was a season to remember.
All right, Jamie, here we go. The ball is in the air, and we are off and running for another season of Hawkeye basketball.
Monica smiling with Kate Martin. They both were there. And Clark will fire another three. Right. Swish from the top of the key.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep.
Inside, Sonano, great position and just couldn't get it to go. Offensive rebound, Stalky, no. Offensive board, Sonano, yes.
Oh, I love that beast. The two in there is so powerful.
Davis keeps that right-handed dribble going. Hesitates, drives all the way to the paint down the right side of the lane. Off the window, two for Molly Davis. Marshall on the left wing. Look inside. Now Clark, top of the key. Three, buries it. Caitlin Clark with 16. Here's Marshall. She'll fire another three-pointer and drills this one from the left side. Tied at 56. Stalky, top of the key. Three, drills it. They left her open and she took advantage. Here's Molly Davis weaving through traffic. In the corner, Gabby Marshall swishes a three-pointer right in front of the Iowa bench. Davis now kicks it out to a Fulter for three. Swishes it from the right wing.
Sharing the ball like no other.
Kate Martin, three-pointer right wing.
Oh, money!
Called for it and knocked it down.
Money mark.
Here's Miller at the free throw line. Gets into the paint. Looked like she walked, but then the ball taken away by Clark. Down pass to Stalky. Layup. Two more. Here's Clark in between the circles. Passes left side. Warnock. Now Clark. Here's a deep three from 30. Count it.
Can't miss.
Pass to the right side. A Fulter. Now to O'Grady. Pull up 14-foot jumper. In the paint is good.
O'Grady. Oh my.
And there it is. The Big Ten record.
There's a Big Ten record. 60 points.
Most points ever scored in the first half. No good. Stalky the rebound. Now to Clark across the timeline. Drops it off for Kate Martin on the baseline.
Oh, Kate Martin.
Off the window.
Did you see that adjustment in the air?
A double clutch.
Oh.
And the rebound down to McKenna Warnock. Now Marshall. 3 for 3. Got it. 15 for Gabby Marshall. Iowa by 6. Monica Sonano. Hawks by 7. Warnock, 3, left wing. Got it.
We're knocking them down again.
Now to Clark. Same area. Inside. Sonano left alone. This time finishes with the left hand. 14 seconds on the shot clock. 49 on the game clock. Here's Clark. Drives down the lane. Floater off the window.
Yes.
Count it.
Yes. Two-possession game.
Huge basket by Caitlin Clark just when you needed it. Keeps the dribble going. Now gets it into Sonano. Goes up with the left hand.
Oh, huge bucket. That's a 6-point lead now for the Hawks. Still a two-possession game, but that's a big difference maker.
80-74. Goes right side. Now whips a pass into the corner. Here's Marshall again. This one no good. But a Fulter there for the rebound and left-handed putback. Here's Kate Martin.
Good Martin.
Three-pointer from the right wing.
Martin is money.
2 threes for Kate Martin, 65-52. Dribbled it back out. Now gives it off to Cochran. Drives to the basket from the right wing. Missed the layup. Sonano the rebound. Marshall, corner 3.
Oh, my goodness.
Warnock, Sonano, Clark, and Marshall. Here we go. Clark comes off the screen. She's got to look. Fires it. Count it! Clark for 3.
Oh my God.
What a finish.
Oh my God.
They'll check to make sure, but it looked like there was plenty of time.
It's got to be good.
It's good. Officially, Hawks win.
God.
History has been made, but we're not done yet. Live from Dallas, Texas, on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. The Hawkeyes, South Carolina. This is the NCAA Women's Final Four.
Reliving some of the great memories of this season as the Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball team hopes to keep it rolling tonight against #1 South Carolina, undefeated at 36-0. Welcome inside the American Airlines Center in downtown Dallas. Rob Brooks along with Jamie Lang as the Hawkeyes and the Gamecocks will play the second of tonight's doubleheader and will face LSU. Maybe a minor upset, but it was the Tigers winning the game at 79-72, and that's despite a 16-0 run in the second quarter by Virginia Tech. And really, LSU, Jamie, kind of took command late in the third quarter and carried it through to the fourth, and give LSU a lot of credit. They played very good basketball, both ends, especially in the last 20 minutes.
Oh, man. This was just such a good game. This is exactly what you want to be seeing in the Final Four. It's exciting. You know, whoever you wanted to win is who you wanted to win, but you can't fight the fact that it was a good game. You know, actually kind of a cleaner game I've seen here in the NCAA tournament. It wasn't as much of the fouling and pushing. So really just two great teams going at it today, and one has to win, and it was LSU.
Same scenario in the second game coming up. The Hawkeyes are out on the court. They're warming up the basket to our right. South Carolina to our left. Of course, the Hawkeyes got to this point taking care of Louisville in the Elite Eight game, 97-83 in Seattle. And South Carolina took care of Maryland and pushed their mark to 36-0. That's 42 in a row now for the Gamecocks. And Iowa's been here all week. It's been a very busy week for the coaches and the players. A lot of events, especially the last couple days, but you eventually have to kind of turn the tables and start to get ready for a really important basketball game.
Yeah. And I have fully embraced Coach Bluter, and just one of her many interviews just was like, why not us? And I am just going to say I am fully on the why not us bus, because why not? Iowa's a great team.
Somebody's got to win.
Right, someone's got to win. Iowa's a great team. South Carolina, yeah, they got a streak, but you always have a streak until you lose. So Iowa's just right there for the taking, and yeah, why not?
You know, and some of the South Carolina players this week even talked about how do you handle trying to repeat?
Yeah.
How do you handle an undefeated season? All the pressure is on the Gamecocks, and Iowa, I think now, if there was some pressure to get here, that's obviously over.
Yeah.
Now it's, as they like to say, house money. Just go out and have fun, and the team seems really loose.
They do seem really loose. I think they're ready to go. They've played on big stages before. They played big teams before. I mean, that's the reason Coach Bluter sets up the schedule the way they do. They played UConn. They played these teams. Yeah, they might have they lost to UConn, but they played them, and they know they can compete with them. And that's the mentality they have to take into all these games. We can play with all these teams, so I think we can also play with South Carolina.
Well, listening to some of those highlights, of course, some games we'll never forget. Of course, Caitlin Clark's jumper from the right wing against Indiana, the final regular season game. Her move down the right side of the lane that really kind of sealed the game against Georgia. And just so many great games to get here to set an Iowa women's basketball school record of 30 victories.
That's a lot of games. That's a lot of victories. It's a heck of a season, right? It's amazing so far, and I don't want it to be done. Iowa doesn't think this is the ending point, though, right? It wasn't just the Final Four. It's a national championship. You heard Caitlin Clark say, like, the goal is national championship, though. Yes, Final Four is great. This should be the second to last stop for them.
Yeah, one more game on Sunday. The winner will face LSU. And Coach Bluter, and we'll hear from her in a few minutes, talked about that all week. Hey, we celebrated on Sunday, a little bit on Monday, and then we had a really good practice, did the Hawkeyes on Tuesday, and then kind of started to focus in. And the players and coaches both talked about, hey, yeah, this is not the end point. We want one more.
Right. They are in, they are focused, and man, Iowa is just the team that they can score like no other. You know, every time I've been looking at stat sheet to stat sheet, and I'm just like, I mean, Iowa, someone should be scared of Iowa, I think. They can score like no other team can score in the nation, and so I think if those baskets fall, and they have been falling, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, you figure Iowa will have to shoot really well tonight. Drives are going to be tough.
For sure.
Coach Bluter talked about three-pointers, pull-up jumpers, things that maybe not used to.
Right. You're going to have to make calculated drives. You're going to go, instead of going all the way into the paint, you stop 5 to 10 feet out, right? You find that sweet spot. And sometimes that might seem a little bumpy in that first quarter. So those are the things where Iowa's resiliency in the other games that they play, those difficult games, you have to hope that that's where it's going to come through today. Is like, even if the first quarter, they're still figuring it out, where are the holes? They figure it out, so that second, third, and fourth quarter are great.
Well, we hope everybody's doing well back in the state of Iowa. We saw the video, some tough footage to watch with the tornadoes that touched down across the state and the severe storms. Hope everybody got through it okay, and we were listening to the radio, paying attention, and seeing some of it. And
we're both
it's a tough thing to go through, right?
Yeah, we're both checking in. We're getting messages from family checking, like, on us, like, how's your house? Is your house okay? And those are always appreciated, and we are both fine. Our families are fine, in case anybody was concerned, because they know where we live. But we're good, and but we're thinking of you all. Hopefully you're able to figure out a way to enjoy this game wherever you are, and listening to it, watching it, whatever method.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are without power, and appreciate you tuning in. We'll try to keep you informed and entertained, and hope for a big Hawkeye victory. Won't be easy tonight. Number 1 South Carolina at 36-0. The Hawkeyes at 30-6. But the Hawkeye fans are here. You couldn't go anywhere downtown Dallas and not see the black and gold, which was a great sight. You went over to the Hawkeye huddle, a packed house.
Oh man, there was a lot of people, and as Nelly says, it was hot in here, because so many bodies, so many Hawkeyes there to celebrate. My first Hawkeye huddle, actually, basketball wise, and I was like, wow. I mean, Hawkeye fans bring it.
They bring it, no doubt about it, and they're going to bring it tonight, and they're pumped up and ready to go, as we are. Hope you are too. We'll be back with the pregame comments from head coach Lisa Bluter. More on the pregame show from Dallas. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned businesses across Iowa. Businesses like Lola's Fine Hot Sauce, Forward Consulting, Own Your Check, and Humanize My Hoodie. For more information about Coco Creative Agency and these other great businesses, visit CocoCreates.com for more information. That's CocoCreates.com. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses.
Hey burger lovers, this is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Welcome back to American Airlines Center, downtown Dallas, Texas. It's the Final Four, semifinal action, Iowa and South Carolina. Time for the Hy-Vee Shootaround with Coach Bluter, of course, brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Well, Coach, a lot of great things this week here in Dallas. Kind of when did you get into game mode and get ready for tonight?
Yeah, after the win on Sunday night, we enjoyed that for a little bit, but then we were kind of planning on leaving early on Monday morning to come to Dallas and ended up not getting here till about 10 or 11 o'clock at night before we got to the hotel. So it was a long travel day for us just because of delays. Tuesday we got a good practice in, though, had some scouting meetings. Wednesday and Thursday were a lot was going on. We had a lot of meetings, a lot of fun stuff.
Dance card was full, wasn't it?
It really was. I mean, I really kind of felt sorry for the players, at the end of the day yesterday. I'm glad we're playing later, so were able to sleep in a little bit today.
South Carolina, a lot made of the size and length.
Yeah.
What do you try to do against them defensively?
Well, there's certain people we can help off of, and we have to do that because post defense is a key in this game, and one-on-one post, we're just not going to be able to win that war when they have so many posts that come in, and they are so tall, including 6'7" off the bench. So boxing out is going to be a key for us, but we can help off certain people, and we need to help off of those certain people. Zia Cook is not one of them, though. She's their leading scorer, and she's their best scoring guard.
Inside, of course, everybody knows about Aaliyah Boston. Who else does some damage?
Victoria Saxton is their center. Leah Boston at 6'5" is actually their power forward. And then we have coming off the bench Camila Cardosa at 6'7", like I said. They also have 6'4" coming off the bench. So they've got an unbelievable amount of height in this game. They really hang their hat on defense, holding their opponents to 30 points less than what they score.
Offensively, you still obviously want to get some paint touches at least if you have to work the ball around.
Yeah, we do. We want to still get out and run because I would love to be able to run and score before they have time to set up in their defense. And I do think that we need to set some good screens because I feel like, they get hung up on screens a little bit. Now, if we get down to the rim, it's pretty tough to convert down there with the bigs down there. So we might have to take a few more pull-up jumpers than we usually like to take. Definitely need to knock down some open threes today.
Team feeling pretty loose going in tonight?
I think they are. I think they're feeling really good. They're not content, and that's exactly the way I want them to be.
Coach, good luck to the Hawks.
Thanks, Rob.
Head coach Lisa Bluter before Iowa and South Carolina. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
Are you craving down-home comfort food? This is Jeff Grunder inviting you to the Machine Shed. We've got weekly features for everyone, starting off with our Kickin' Chicken Tuesdays with classic fried chicken. Then on Smokehouse Wednesdays, we have our slow-roasted hickory smoked ribs. And don't forget our Fish Fry Fridays with fresh North Atlantic cod. Each night is all you care to eat and comes with all the Machine Shed fixings. Bring the family and bring your appetite.
I-80 in Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 in Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Welcome back to the American Airlines Center in downtown Dallas, Texas for the Final Four. I want to thank some sponsors for our post-game broadcast, as the Iowa Soybean Association, also Midwest One Bank, Quick Star, and the Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company. We'll hear more about them a little bit later on in the show. And Jamie, both teams have now gone back to their respective locker rooms for final talk, and this is kind of the situation now where if you were really loose before, how do you feel right now? You're just minutes away from coming out, playing in a Final Four with a packed house here in Dallas, the home of the Dallas Mavericks.
Well, the nice thing here is Iowa has to their advantage that they are going up against somebody who is expected to win, right? Those are always, going into those games, you can continue to play loose. Be you. Just play your game. Like, no one's expecting you to win. We want you to win. Iowa, I think they're going to win. Doesn't mean that the rest of the nation is, and so you got nothing to prove, right? That's what they're not expecting that much out of you. So they have that, right? That's something that you can use as a motivator. You can use that going into the game. And really, this is just, I mean, I think it's their time, right? I want them to be on that national stage. They're here. I want them to make that name for themselves, that we are not just your average team. And I don't think they are. I think that they really are an amazing team, and they work really well together. People will figure out their roles, and they fill them, and they do what they have to do each game to make sure they get that W. Well, Rob, so keys for today. Everybody in the nation has said it. Boxing, limiting second chance opportunities. Boston and Cardoso, they are amazing rebounders. Cardoso, like she and they both average over 8 rebounds a game. They are big on it. A lot of those are O boards. So yes, boxing is definitely a thing. It's not the only thing though. And so will South Carolina get some O boards? Yes, they're going to. But trying to limit them, that's what Iowa needs to do. The second one, they need to play their own offense. And they've done this actually against other SEC teams when they played them. They figured out, okay, if there is some contact happening, yes, you still play strong, you get in triple threat, and you do everything like that. So as long as they're playing their own offense, they're a great team. Iowa does great when they stay at their pace and when they find the shots they want. And then I think the last one is just, they are pro surfers at this point. They know how to ride the waves. They know how to ride the emotional waves, the momentum shifts, everything like that. This is what they have been going. They played all those good teams prior to this so that they are ready for any type of wave that comes at them. And I really do think that they are prepped. And keep saying, like, it's our time, and why not us? Why not?
Going back to South Carolina as the Hawkeyes hit the hardwood. The Gamecocks played Maryland in Greenville, South Carolina. Won that game 86-75, and Maryland played pretty well. You look at, they shot 50% from the floor, 50% from 3, but got out rebounded 48-26. Right. South Carolina had 25 offensive rebounds in that game, and somebody had mentioned to Coach Bluter earlier in the week that rebounding against them is like getting into a bar fight, and that's the way you're going to have to attack it. You're going to have to scrap and scrape for everything and not take any possessions off, because this is the type of team where you feel like you're hanging around. It might be a 6-point game, 8-point game, and they could put it on you in a hurry, as Maryland found out in the second quarter. South Carolina outscored them 23-9. So it can go from 8 to 18 in about a minute and a half.
Yep, those second chance opportunities are the key. Iowa, I mean, they have great rebounders. They have people who in a bar fight, I would put money on them. So those types of things, they have the fighters in there. They got the Warnock. They got Hannah Stolke, who she's a really good rebounder, just naturally times it so well. And that might be something she comes in for to try to, that's her focus. Get in here and get the boards.
And you never know. You try to get some players in foul trouble. You know, South Carolina, undefeated, but Ole Miss was probably the closest to beating them mid-season. Go back to that game on the 19th of February. It was 64-57, but a lot closer than that, as Ole Miss had a sizable lead in the fourth quarter and just couldn't close it out. But other than that, there's been a few close games. Of course, South Carolina won at UConn 81-77. But on average this year, they have won games by almost a margin of 30. 29-5 to be exact, and only giving up 51 points a game. Iowa leads the nation in scoring. And then on that rebounding side, to continue that storyline, South Carolina is a plus 20.3 in that category. That's an eye-popping number.
It is an eye-popping number. Just coming to this game going, well, this is our game. This is a different game. All the stats from before, yes, they matter for helping the scout, but doesn't mean that's what's going to happen today, and you're going to do your best to stop it.
And what a week for Caitlin Clark.
Oh,
just,
man.
Sweeping all the National Player of the Year awards.
Rightfully
as she
so.
should.
Right.
And as expected.
Yep. She is a great player, and everybody's excited about this matchup with Aaliyah Basta. They won't match up against each other, but their teams matching up against each other is a great thing for women's basketball.
And Aaliyah Boston, the Defensive Player of the Year in the country, and last year's Player of the Year. Starting lineups and the tip from Dallas. Coming up next, this is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Mullet's, home of the best breakfast in Des Moines, is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Locally owned, Mullet's Fun Riverside Bar and Grill is famous for their own special Bloody Mary mix and serving up a delicious full menu for breakfast and lunch. And this local treasure is expanding with franchise opportunities available. From dine-in to private parties to catering, you too can enjoy Mullet's, celebrating all things about the hairstyle that's business in the front and party in the back. What does it take to be a success? Hard work, determination, and unrelenting attitude. The Hawkeye women have given their all every day, and we at Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company wish to congratulate the Hawkeye women's basketball team on all you've accomplished. We're proud to say we support the University of Iowa and the Hawkeye women's basketball program. You represent all that it means to be an Iowan and to be a Hawkeye. At Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company, we thank you for an amazing season and continue to cheer for your success. Go Hawks!
Hawkeye starters being introduced as the Hawkeyes will be in the black away uniforms with the gold Iowa and numbers, as they are the number 2 seed out of the Seattle 4 regional. South Carolina will be in the home white. Same starters for the Hawkeyes. McKenna Warnock, a senior at 6'1", out of Madison, Wisconsin. Kate Martin, 6 foot. Redshirt senior out of Edwardsville, Illinois. Caitlin Clark, of course, in her junior year at 6 foot, coming off the first ever NCAA triple-double with 41, 10, and 12 assists. Monica Sonato in the middle at 6'3" from Watertown, Minnesota. And Gabby Marshall, who's been lighting it up in the postseason at 50% from 3. 5'9" senior from Cincinnati, Ohio. Dawn Staley will put out Zaya Cook, a 5'9" senior from Toledo, Ohio. She is the Gamecocks' leading scorer at 15.1 a game. Aaliyah Boston, 6'5" senior from St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Victoria Saxton, a graduate from 6'2", out of Rome, Georgia. And a local connection for South Carolina, Bria Beal, a 6'1" senior from Rock Island, and played high school basketball for the Rock Island Rocks. Kiera Fletcher, also a graduate at 5'9", out of Warren, Michigan. So a veteran group for South Carolina, as are the Hawkeyes, with 3 seniors and 2 graduates. Mentioned Dawn Staley. Great player and an outstanding coach. It's Dawn Staley Way right in front of the arena in Columbia, South Carolina, the home of the Gamecocks. Won the championship in 2017 and 2022. So Zaya Cook, leading scorer for South Carolina. But most of the attention for the Gamecocks goes to Aaliyah Boston, who had 22 and 10 the last time out against Maryland. Averages almost a double-double at 13, 2, and 9.8.
I'm ready for this game to get underway.
Supposed to start around 8:30. We're looking at about a 8:47 tip. Hawks are on the floor. Monica Sonato steps to midcourt. And we await the Gamecocks.
I mean, there's a lot of fans in the stands, and a lot of them. So the thing about the Final Four is this is also the NCAA convention. So you have coaches from all over here, but you can definitely see you got a lot of Iowa fans along with them.
And you've got the Division II and III national title games tomorrow. So here we go. Saxton in there and wins the tap. And the Gamecocks will have the basketball first, right to left in front of us here at the American Airlines Center. Fletcher goes to the right wing. Cook, swing the ball back to Fletcher. Now Boston comes out to the left side. And the cross-court pass and shot is up and no good by Beal. She's been playing much better basketball in the tournament than she did during the regular season. Kate Martin on the right wing. Drives toward the hoop. Scoop shot is up and a little bit strong. Nice drive. And South Carolina looks to run. Now Beal pulls it back out. Ball reversal. Fletcher from mid-range. That's an air ball from the left wing into the hands of Kate Martin. Now to Clark across the timeline. Drives down the right side for the Hawkeyes. Now pulls it out behind the three-pointer. Now takes the paint. Drops it off for Sonato. Jumper right side. No good from 10 feet. And the rebound taken down by Aaliyah Boston. This time Beal will walk the ball across the timeline. Hand it off to Kiera Fletcher. Doesn't really look to score. She angles right side. Works the ball high post area. Boston. Now Beal. Not a great shooter. And now Boston top of the key with 8 to shoot. Fletcher. And now inside Saxton goes up. Has it blocked by Sonato. Rebounded by Sonato. No score early on as Clark crosses the timeline.
Big block by
She'll
Sonato.
fire a three left wing in and out. And both teams have had good looks, just haven't been able to finish. Here's Beal down the right side. Her shot is too strong, and the ball retrieved under the basket by Martin. Kate will bring it across the timeline, jogging on the right side. Dribbles between her legs, and now gets it to McKenna Warnock. Just left to the top of the key. Hands it to Clark. Clark in between the circles, drives down the right side of the lane. Layup good.
There it is. Wow. At this pace of game, this is going to be a lot of shots.
At the 7:50 mark, the Hawks strike first, 2-0. Here's Fletcher on the right side. Reverse the ball back to her. She gets it from Cook. Marshall, of course, on the Gamecocks' leading scorer. Boston knocked down Warnock and then missed the jumper from the paint. Rebound taken down by Kate Martin across the timeline. Drives down the right side all the way to the hoop, and it's blocked out of bounds by Aaliyah Boston.
A good read by Kate Martin to drive in there. Next time when she goes up, just try to keep a little bit more distance, and you're either going to draw a foul or get the shot.
Yeah, you like the Hawks getting to the basket just about every time down the floor. So Iowa will have it with a 2-0 advantage. Along the baseline, Martin lobs the pass out to Clark. Clark against Fletcher. She pulls from 3 and an out left wing. And the loose ball dug up by Martin. Now back to Caitlin. She now passes inside Sonato. Spin move off the window.
Monica Sonato. That's looking sick, but nice pass inside by Caitlin Clark, right? She was looking inside. She was looking for a drive, but saw a nice one-on-one position with Sonato and Boston.
And the Hawks up 2-0. Gamecocks with the basketball. Reverse it around the outer arc, and a whistle underneath. And a push is going to be called, I believe, on McKenna Warnock.
They're going to call it on Warnock, but Warnock needs to keep battling like that. She's doing a great job, and then they will call Boston for flopping at some point, right? She's doing a good job. Just keep gaining position. You'll frustrate her.
Remember, McKenna was playing so well in the first half in Seattle against Louisville, then got into foul trouble. Here's a mid-range jumper by Zaya Cook that's good from the wing. First basket for South Carolina comes at the 6:45 mark. Here's Martin in between the circles on the offensive end. Gets it to Clark, right side. Bill out behind the arc. Iowa with a 4-2 advantage. 6:30 left to go. Clark now down the left side. Fakes, spins, paint. Shot off the window, no good. Might have lost control of it on her way up. Across the timeline, Cook. Now feeds to the right wing. Beal drops it inside. Saxton tries to go to work, and it's taken away by Monica Sonato. Clark down court. Warnock layup, good.
Oh my gosh, the run, and then just that lofty. It was like a lob pass essentially right over her shoulder. McKenna figuring out her feet just in time to get the finish on the right side.
There's what Coach Bluter talked about. We can run now in South Carolina. Hawks up 6-2. A whistle and a moving screen is going to be called on South Carolina. Saxton, her first, team's first.
Moving screen right there. That's a screen, and they just rolled, but they didn't roll to the basket. That's obviously a moving screen.
5:49 left to go in the first quarter. 6-2 in favor of Iowa. And the Hawks will have the basketball. Clark picked up in the backcourt by Kiara Fletcher. Clark across the timeline, lost control of the ball, but got it back, dribbled between her legs, now comes to the right side. Boston comes out on her. Clark goes right to the glass and lays it up and in.
Finished even with some body, could possibly draw some contact.
8-2 Iowa. And almost a steal by Gabby Marshall. Almost got it away from Cook. Ball goes out of bounds.
Great job staying tight on Cook. She's getting up in her face. When she gets the ball, she's not giving her an inch. And I think that's going to be huge, being able to know that if we can slow down Cook, because that is their leading scorer.
At 15 a game. Camila Cardoso at 6'7" comes in. She's their third leading scorer. And Addie O'Grady for Monica Sonato.
With South Carolina, you know, there's a lot of they have a deep bench, so you're not thinking you're going to draw a bunch of fouls and get everyone fouled out. They have a deep bench, so that can't be a focus here. Yes, draw fouls, but know that it probably won't lessen their ability to play.
Raven Johnson in as well for the Gamecocks. Here's an elbow jumper that is good by Zaya Cook. She has all 4 for the Gamecocks. 8-4 Iowa. Martin across the timeline. Approaching 5 minutes left to go. Clark in between the circles out at the Final Four logo. Addie O'Grady, high post area, hands to Clark, right wing. Tried to get a pass to O'Grady, but it's knocked away and dug up by Cook. She drives the paint. Reverse layup is good. Zaya Cook in transition has 6. Hawks look to run. Down court pass, Clark fires a 3 left wing and drills it.
Just nails it. And that's what people in her face. When the wide open ones, those ones are going in, but then you put some pressure on her, she's going to hit that.
Off the dribble, nice pass by Gabby Marshall. 11-6 Iowa. Here's Boston. Feeds it off to the wing. Long-range jumpers up and no good by Johnson, but she gets her own rebound. Drives baseline. Has to kick it out as Iowa sealed it off. Here's Beal. Gets it to Boston, and she backs in against Stolke. Yes. That's a charge.
Stolke, smart play right there. She knows, this is the thing, they know the scout on Boston. Boston likes to back it up, similar to how you see LeBron James when he likes to back it up into here. If you get positioning, you can draw that foul every time.
That really should be Boston's second.
Right. So great job, fabulous job by Stolke, though, to just get that position.
Perfect by Hannah Stolke. That was on the wing, so obviously all 3 officials were able to see it. 4:15 left to go in the first. Hawkeyes off to a great start, on top 11-6. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities. For award-winning claims and sales service, find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Lifeline is a growing business, and we know that Midwest One Bank is going to be there along with us all the way.
We're talking with Randy Smith from Lifeline Emergency Vehicles about Midwest One Bank.
For Lifeline to sustain, we need to expand into future markets, and we need partnerships like Midwest One Bank to help us grow. Having a partner like Midwest One Bank provides us a future. They're always there when we need them.
Midwest One Bank. Simply better banking. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back to Dallas, Iowa. Off to an 11-6 start with 4:15 left to go in the first quarter. First media timeout of the ballgame. The Iowa Soybean Association is driven to deliver sustainable soy solutions to every life, every day. Learn more at iowasoybeans.com. That's IASOYBEANS.com. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff. 7 for Clark, a bucket for Monica Sonano and McKenna Warnock. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. Also want to remind you that this broadcast of the NCAA Division I Women's Basketball Championship is authorized under broadcast rights granted by the NCAA through Westwood One. It is intended solely for the private non-commercial use of our audience. Any reproduction, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the NCAA and Westwood One is strictly prohibited. Hawkeye basketball. Clark brings it into the front court. Angles right side. Now backs out behind the arc. Looks inside. Nobody there. Now gets it to Kate Martin. Back to Clark for three. Right wing, no good off the right side of the iron. And Cook comes down with the basketball for South Carolina. Stops at the top of the key. Now right side, Johnson gets it inside, and an easy layup for the 6'7" Cardoso.
Good defense by Skokie. I think if she keeps playing that front, though, she's going to get some of those stops.
Hawks by 3, and here's Clark all the way down the right side of the lane, and the layup off the window good. 9 for Caitlin. And it's 13-8. Clark is 4 out of 8 from the floor. Johnson on the left side. Angles to the right side, still beyond the arc. Gets it off to Bree Beal. And they sag way off of her. That's on the scouting report. And Cardoso lost control of the ball, tried to flip it out, but intercepted by Gabby Marshall. Marshall across the timeline. Keeps that right-handed dribble going. Now Clark on the right wing. Cross-court pass to Stolke. She drives the paint, then had it stolen away. Dug up by Cook. Cook in transition all the way to the hoop. Shot no good, missed the layup, got her own rebound, goes up and finishes, and Clark fouls her. There's the offensive board that got the Hawks in trouble there.
And that was a hard one because I will say Cook went all the way under the basket. She was way out of play when you go to look for the rebound, you miss her. But go and get the board if you see it go up in the air like that.
So one free throw for Zia Cook. Bree Hall into the game, 6-foot sophomore. Cook has 8 of the 10 South Carolina points. Hawks by 3. Free throw is up and good. Cook had 18 and 8 against Maryland. Here's Martin, drives baseline. Wheels the basketball around to the right side. Boston comes out on her and gets it to Clark. 40 feet from the hoop. Now Caitlin at the top of the key. Gets a Sonano screen. And now on the give and go, gives it to Monica Sonano. Easy layup.
That was the prettiest give and go I think I've seen all season.
Nobody in the paint for South Carolina.
No, not at all. Read it so well. Monica cut hard, and Clark does a good job not letting people read her passes.
Three-pointer left wing, no good by Bree Hall, who just came in. Got the offensive rebound, did Cardoso, but she threw it away to Gabby Marshall. Marshall, left side, Martin, 3.
Yes! Kate frickin' Martin. Beautiful 3, nicely set up, but pass across the lane, or pass all the way across to her.
Big game, Kate, with her first bucket of the ball game. Hawks by 7. South Carolina. Here's Johnson, three-pointer is up and no good. And the rebound hustled down by Warnock, and then had it knocked away by Boston. Iowa basketball.
Talking about that bar fight right there, McKenna Warnock, she was in the middle of that, and that's the person I want in a bar fight any day. She's going to be the person that can just box out, and she will battle. You give her a task, she's going to complete it.
And Boston is going to be charged with her second foul against McKenna Warnock in the corner.
You just love that. And see, those are the things where, like, yeah, she has 2 fouls, she'll go out, but they have another tall person who's going to come right in. So good for Iowa, because it probably takes a little bit of momentum from South Carolina, but don't feel like you got to keep going hard.
Hawkeye basketball up 7, 1:25 left to go. Pass inside to Sonano, nobody there. It lays it up and in off the window.
Sonano and Clark are just on another level right now. They are so in sync.
Hawks by 9. 1:10 left to go first quarter. Carolina basketball. Here's Johnson on the right wing. Now gets it to Cook, and she backs up near midcourt with 14 to shoot. We're under a minute. Cook dribbles between her legs. Now will pull up from 16. Shot is strong. Rebound taken down by South Carolina. As Amihir into the game gets the rebound. She's 6'4". Top of the key, Cook, open 3, straight away, no. Another rebound by Johnson, goes up in the paint and scores.
And Iowa's boxing out. I'm going to reiterate, they are boxing out. Those are some long boards. Iowa's fighting. They just got to keep fighting. Know that some of those won't go their way.
2013, Hawkeyes can pretty much run out the clock at the end of the first quarter. Clark at the timeline, gets the instructions from Lisa Bluter. Hanging out in between the circles. Now right side, goes all the way to the rim. Layup, no, but she is fouled by Johnson. Never let her left hand touch the ball. Just had that scoop shot to keep it away from the defense.
That's the first time. Clark's drove into the lane a ton of times. That's the first foul that has been called. So her first trip. Iowa's first trip.
Yeah, Bree Hall will pick up her first. 6-foot sophomore. Stalky into the game with 9.4 left to go in the first quarter. 2 free throws for Caitlin Clark, who has 9. First one is perfect. First player to reach double figures in the first quarter. Second one, got it. And now, Caitlin is only 15 points, Jamie, away from 1,000 for the year.
Well, Iowa probably needs her to score 15 in this game to get this W.
I think you're right. Here's Cook. Drives down the right side of the lane at the buzzer. No good. Shot was short off the window and no room. Great job by Gabby Marshall.
Yep. She's playing just that D where she's just tight, tight, tight. And Gabby Marshall defense isn't to foul people. She does a good job moving her feet, creating space, and she just makes shots difficult.
We've played 10 minutes. What a start for the Hawks. They lead it after one, 23-13 over South Carolina. We'll be back with second quarter action from Dallas. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Is not just for lumberjacks anymore, it's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thursday, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
Pizza. The word just sells itself. Hot, delicious, cheesy pizza. Now I got you dreaming about pizza, right? Now, picture that pizza with piles and piles of 5 Wisconsin cheeses. Quick Star's Pothole Pizza has you covered with flavors like pepperoni, bursting with spirited amounts of pepperoni, or kitchen sink, loaded with toppings to fill any bottomless pit. Hey, our Pothole Pizzas are sure to make your pizza dreams come true. Head over to the freezer section and pick up a Pothole Pizza from Quick Star, and we'll see you next time.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Caitlin Clark with 11 points and 4 assists in the first 10 minutes as the Hawkeyes lead South Carolina 22-13. And South Carolina, Jamie, has just kind of really made some mistakes on defense, leaving Iowa wide open underneath. I mean, Monica Sonano against Louisville shot twice.
Right. Well, you really thought they were going to key on Sonano, right? Going into this game, that's Coach Bluter's thinking, like, yeah, they're going to try to take Sonano away. They're definitely taking away Clark by doing a face guard on her. Everyone else are playing normal, and then I think they're supposed to be looking on screens to help on Clark, and that's where it's getting, there's a big mess up on their side. So hopefully Iowa can keep capitalizing on that here in the second quarter, see if South Carolina can make those adjustments or not. But really a really good first start for Iowa. I think also on the offensive end, really, they're taking their time. They're seeing what's theirs. They're not doing everything that we normally see them do. They are reading the defense really well. And the biggest part on the other side, on the defensive end, Coach Bluter talked about it in her pregame. They're recognizing who they're guarding, and if they can sag off, they're sagging off and they're inside. That's making a huge difference on the ability to get the ball inside right now.
Now, South Carolina shot 505 threes coming into tonight at 31%. So far tonight, 0 for 5, and the Hawkeyes 2 for 5. Businesses large and small depend on Midwest One Bank for sophisticated advice and specialized services to thrive with 57 offices in 5 states. Midwest One Bank has the hometown advantage. Midwest One is simply better banking. Midwest One Bank, member FDIC. Also, Hawkeye basketball presented tonight from the Final Four by the Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company. Congratulating the Hawkeye women's basketball team on a tremendous season. Big Ten tourney champs and a trip to the Final Four. Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company recognizes your accomplishments and are proud to be your partners at the University of Iowa. Go Hawks. Iowa's led for 7 minutes and 54 seconds after nobody could score there for the first couple minutes.
It took a while to get going, but Iowa has figured out a way that's kind of working for them. Hopefully they can continue it here.
And Iowa starts with the basketball. Here's Warnock for 3, left wing, scraped off the left side of the rim. Got a pass from Clark. South Carolina with the basketball. Here's Cook on the right wing. Trying to get inside it, then we'll pull it back in between the circles. Gabby Marshall will give her about 5 feet of space. South Carolina just working the basketball around, gets it to the high post area. Amir tries to get it inside, and now taken away by the Hawks in the paint. Clark across the timeline. Tried to spot up for a 3, now gets it to Warnock. She fires from the left wing, a little bit strong, and good position on the inside by South Carolina, and come away with the basketball. Now on the right wing, Cook slips inside, puts it up and scores as she got around Gabby Marshall on the baseline.
Cook is really their only person right now. So Iowa just needs to figure out how to slow her down.
Has 11 of the 15, 22-15 Hawkeyes, who get it into Monica Sonano. Had it swatted away by Cardoso, but a foul on a great pass from the right wing by Kate Martin.
Good, it's still working. It's still working, so let's keep doing that. That 2-person game is working really well for the Hawkeyes. 2-person game meaning you usually bring a post or a taller person out to work with the guard, do some screen and rolls, and you should just read what the defense gives you.
A falter comes in for the Hawks. Kate Martin will get a breather. Sydney's first appearance here, early second quarter. Sonano's first free throw, rolls it in. Monica with 5. Only got 9 points, 5 rebounds against Louisville. As we told you, only shot twice. She was 2 for 2.
Yeah, they focused really in on, and that's where Iowa capitalized in other ways. And so looking right now, they're letting Monica play. Get that ball to Monica.
Makes the second. She has 6. Right inside. Layup is up and no good by Amir. And we've got a whistle underneath. And this will go against the Hawkeyes as the basket goes down for South Carolina. Sonano picks up her first. And Amir gets her first basket. And we'll have a chance for South Carolina's second three-point play.
Iowa's doing a great job on the defense down in the post. Like the only time South Carolina's getting a shot is if they have fought with Iowa and it somehow gets in there. The defense is stellar.
Amir makes the free throw. She has 3. Clark gets away from some traffic. Right wing, now gets it into Sonano, goes to the left hand, has it blocked by Cardoso. That's 324 block shots for South Carolina. And Cook takes it coast to coast, lays it up with the right hand on the left side, finishes, and is fouled by Clark. That's her second.
And Clark played the first quarter with 1 foul. Now she just has to be a little bit smart. You don't want to draw that 3rd foul because then that would put you on the bench.
Yeah, not this early with 8:17 left to go. Second quarter. Cook at the free throw line. Makes the free throw. She has 14 points already. Hawks now have that lead trimmed to 3. Clark in the backcourt, crosses the timeline against Johnson. Gets in the middle of the paint. Little step back, fade away from 10, gets it to go.
A nice read by Clark also that you want to stop that momentum shift there. It's not just making a shot, but you're stopping the run that South Carolina's trying to go on.
That fadeaway that she's worked on so hard, and it's worked to perfection this year as the Gamecocks trying to get the ball down on the right block, and Clark stepped in front of the pass to knock it out of bounds. Carolina basketball along the baseline. Johnson gets it in and gets it back from Cardoso. And now we'll bring it out in between the circles. Iowa by 5. Well, she'll angle left, and Johnson will pull up mid-range. No good. Battle for the rebound, won by Cardoso, and she lays it up and in from the right block off the window.
That's all you can do. Iowa's, they're
6'7".
Right, just keep going. Keep going. Keep tapping the ball. It's going to bounce your way.
Hawks by 3. 7:25 left to go until halftime. Here's Clark. Step back 3, left at the top of the key. Drills it.
Bucket.
Wow.
Clark. Wow. But nice. That step back. It's killing him, that step back.
In traffic. South Carolina with the basketball. Here's Amir. Drives down the right side lane, missed the shot, got her own rebound, put back, no good. Hawks continue to battle.
So they're not going to call a travel. They will call a jump ball that Iowa created. And the Gamecocks will get the ball underneath their own basket. Johnson will
Toss it in. Hawkeyes really packed the paint. Up 29-23. Gamecocks get it in. Marshall out on Cook. Now a little high-low action as the pass is now deflected and picked off by Clark in transition. Drives down the left side of the lane and then kicked it back out to Gabby Marshall, who gets to the top of the key. Cook comes out on her. Now back to Clark. She has it knocked away and then almost stolen and is stolen. Pass ahead to Cook. Left-handed layup is up and good as Amir stole it away from Clark. Cook with 16. Caitlin races into the front court. Iowa by 4. 6:10 left to go, second quarter. Clark in between the circles. Gets a Sonano screen. Now lobs a pass into Sonano. Layup good on the give and go from the high post.
Bread and butter. That's it for the Hawkeyes right now. Bread and butter. Keep going at it.
Johnson walks the ball across the timeline for South Carolina. 16 points, 5 assists for Clark. Iowa by 6. Now Cook gets it to Johnson. Now back to Zaya Cook, dribbling the ball. Not too far away from the middle court. Now she'll dribble and pull up from 3 up the left side of the iron. Rebound to Clark on the left block. And now she's fouled in the backcourt by Raven Johnson, her first.
Clark's doing a really great job of just controlling that tempo. So they're going to give her a break right now because, and so this is where Coach Bluter is that seasoned coach. 5:30 here on the clock. They know it's going to be a media timeout after the 5-minute mark, so they're just kind of prolonging her break a little bit longer.
That brings Molly Davis into the game. She brings the ball across the timeline, hands it off to Martin, and she lost control of the ball. Dug up by Johnson for South Carolina, then knocked away from behind by Gabby Marshall and out of bounds. It'll be South Carolina basketball.
She's
underneath
stealthy.
their own hoop.
She's a stealthy one. Just when you think like the play is over, Gabby Marshall comes sprinting out from the other side and taps the ball away.
Bree Hall comes back for Carolina. 31-25 Iowa. Carolina basketball. Here's Cook. Keeps that right-handed dribble going. Comes in between the circles. Now to the right wing. Hesitates. Dribbles behind her back. Lobs a pass inside. Cardoso tries to go to work. Gets too far underneath the basket. And then created some space and laid it up and in.
Pretty good defense there.
Cardoso. Long arms at 6'7". Davis gets the ball right wing to Kate Martin. Now we're going to have a whistle down low, and it'll be a South Carolina foul.
They're going to call a displacement foul on South Carolina. And those are fouls you won't see Iowa get normally ever called against them because that's not how they play defense. They don't do displacement. That's not a method they learn And so you probably don't hear that very much when we're on the air because it's just not a thing that happens when I was playing normally. But so great. That's going to draw a foul against number 15, and we're going to be good.
Mihir picks up the foul. And we've got timeout on the court as Iowa holds on to a 4-point advantage with 4:40 left to go in the second. Iowa 31, South Carolina 27. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Every detail matters when building a winning game plan. That's why the Hawkeyes rely on Better, Cleaner Now biodiesel to power the black and gold bus on game days. Delivering success on the court, in the field, and in the environment. Make biodiesel part of your game plan by visiting iasoybeans.com. Biodiesel. Request it, grow it, use it. This message brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff.
Well, Caitlin Clark with 16 points in the first 2 quarters. That puts her right at 1,000 for the season. And now just 2 away from setting the Big Ten season record for points.
And none of that's surprising.
I think she'll get it.
None of that is surprising to me, right? Like all of the things that are happening with this team and with Caitlin Clark specifically, like none of it's ever surprising when you're like, oh, this is happening. No, not surprised. Good to know. But man, so far it has just been such a. I think Iowa is doing a great job of exploiting South Carolina's weaknesses, and so they're trying to make them. If they're going to beat them, they're going to beat them from their weaknesses, not from their strengths. And so the defense is really a focus for Iowa. And then Iowa's doing a great job, I think, of taking the smart shots, though. They're not forcing things up. They're doing, you know what's working? The pick and roll, the 2-person game. So keep doing it. You do it until it stops working, and then you move on to something else.
Been very effective. Need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers? Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. Quickstar is proud to support the Hawkeye women's basketball program and would like to congratulate the entire team on their performance in this year's tournament. Quickstar, your one-stop solution for all of your tourney needs. That's snacks, fuel, and beverages. One local tie to Eastern Iowa on the South Carolina Gamecocks is Chloe Rice, who was an outstanding player at Marion High School, played collegiately at St. Louis and also Bradley. He's a graduate assistant coach for Dawn Staley and the South Carolina Gamecocks. Had a heck of a ride down in Columbia as Kate Martin makes a spin move in the paint and has her shot blocked away. And that's where Coach Bluter talked about maybe having to pull up from 10 feet instead of taking it all the way to the rim. And a whistle that
right, and the lane has seemed open, so you're right, you're thinking the drive, but not every single play and maybe not at every certain point in the offense, so you got to wait for it. They had to restart the shot clock, so we have a pause in play.
Just had to take care of a clock issue. It'll be South Carolina basketball. Cook on the right wing, out behind the arc. Now gets it to the high post area. Now the ball reversal, 3-pointers up and no good by Hall. Offensive rebound and putback is good by Mihir. And she'll come to the line, try to complete the 3-point play. Monica Sonato picks up her second personal. That'll get Addie O'Grady into the game. Iowa by 2. 4:12 left to go, second quarter.
Iowa is boxing out well. I'm just going to say if they can continue with their ability to box out and know that sometimes they are going to lose on the offense of getting that board, they're going to be fine. You just don't lessen.
Amihir makes the free throw. She has 6 off the Carolina bench. Iowa basketball on top by 1. Clark back into the game. Angles left side, fires a three-pointer. That is short. And the weak side rebound taken down by Cook as Carolina looks to pressure the ball inside, and it's knocked away as Hall lost it. And now the Gamecocks will reset. Cook on the right wing, tightly defended by Gabby Marshall. High post area. Amihir ball reversal 3 is no good by Hall. He's a good three-point shooter, just hasn't been able to connect. Here's Clark, spin move, tried to get into the paint and lost control of the basketball over to Carolina.
They're really just not going to call any type of body. That is not a call they're going to do.
Yeah, Clark would have the claim that Hall kind of bodied her up and knocked her.
Yep, that's not a call that they're going to call right now. They're going to call fouls, reaching in and things like that, we're noticing. But body, for the most part, they're not calling.
Cardoso comes out, elbow area. O'Grady sags off of her. Now Amir tries to make a move and goes up and finishes off the window in the paint. She has 8, and Carolina takes a 1-point lead. 3 minutes left to go, second quarter. Here's Warnock, got away from the defense. No good off the right side of the rim. Long rebound to Zaya Cook. Cook across the timeline, feeds right wing, and the three-pointer is up and no good, and we're going to have a whistle underneath. Beal couldn't connect.
Not sure what the whistle was underneath. Maybe she was on the line.
Okay, wipe off the foul. Whistle did blow underneath. Iowa basketball as Martin brings the ball across the timeline. Carolina by 1. Yes! And Clark comes off a screen and drills a three-pointer from the right wing.
Oh, Caitlin Clark.
19, and there's the Big Ten single-season scoring record. Stokey back in.
But she came to play, right? And that's something that we know about Clark, that she loves.
Only every night.
Big games. She loves big games. She comes to play every day, but she does love big games. Some people, you know, you're like, how are they going to do against a team that's really good?
And a really nice screen by Addie O'Grady on that play.
That's that two-person game.
Carolina basketball. Hawkeyes retake the lead by 2. 2:12 left to go. Amir kicks it off to Hall, left wing. There she drills the three-pointer.
Wow!
And then Stokey running the floor, gets that lob pass and is able to finish almost too far underneath the hoop.
So
Clark
speedy.
the assist.
So speedy.
That's Stokey's first basket. Hawks go back on top by 1. Carolina with the basketball. Here's Cook. Angles inside and gets it to go. Shot that one from outside the lane, kind of a duck under move against Gabby Marshall. And now we've got a foul on Carolina as the Hawks got the ball into the front court. That'll be Bree Hall's second.
Clark again playing with 2 fouls, but playing really smart. She's not throwing her elbows at all. She's running in, cutting hard. She's not driving into the basket if she can see there's a lot of people in there because you can't chance a charge. Just playing smart right now with those 2 fouls.
Raven Johnson comes in. Bree Hall will sit down with 2 fouls. Zaya Cook has 18. Caitlin Clark with 19. Carolina back on top by 1 as we go back and forth with that 1-point lead. 1:25 left to go, second quarter. Here's Clark out on the Final Four logo in between the circles. Kate Martin left wing. Pounds that basketball with the right hand. Clark now feeds Addie O'Grady, who goes up with the left hand and couldn't finish.
Great adjustment, though, in the air. She saw the block was coming, adjusted, and went to her left hand. Smart, though, because she would have got swatted.
Carolina with the board as Cook brings it on the left wing. Now angles right side. Gets the ball in the corner. Beal's three-point jumper is no good. Weak side rebound, Hannah Stokey. Down court pass, Clark finds Kate Martin. Free throw line extended left. Now back to Caitlin Clark. Gets an O'Grady screen. Lob pass into Addie, goes up. Has her shot blocked out of bounds by Cardoso, but Iowa basketball underneath.
And those are okay things to happen when there's 13 seconds still on the shot clock. I love the pass. I like the finish. You want to have O'Grady just keep that ball up a little higher and so you can shoot quicker and possibly not get blocked like that.
Carolina by 1. 39 seconds left to go. O'Grady receives the pass. Hawks will set things up. Here's Martin. Drives down the right side. She's cut off. And then a reaching foul will be called on Beal.
Which puts Kate Martin at the line. Both teams, Iowa actually with just 3 fouls. So they have 1 foul that they can still technically give that would not put anyone to the line.
Clark will come out in favor of Molly Davis with 32 seconds left to go. Martin almost an 83% free throw shooter. Connects on the first. Kate with 4, averaging 7.5.
And depending on when South Carolina gets this shot off, Iowa has a chance to get a quick shot off.
2.6 is the difference.
2.6 is the difference. And so if they shoot it with 4 seconds left on the clock, that's 6 seconds for Iowa to get down the court, get a shot.
Kate rolls in the second. And the Hawks regain a 1-point lead. Led 22-13 after 1. Bree Hall back in for South Carolina. Carolina basketball. Zaya Cook slowly across the timeline. It appears that she'll wait for 1. South Carolina has been really good without Aaliyah Boston, who has not scored. Left wing Cook. Now feeds the right side. Shot is up by Thompson just into the game. No good, and a foul underneath.
We're going to call it on
Addie O'Grady.
It's not a shooting foul, though, so they'll just get the ball.
Or make that Stalky. Stalky will get it instead of O'Grady.
So 7 seconds to play. Good defense for the Hawkeyes.
Johnson and Beal back for Carolina. Ball possession underneath for South Carolina with 6.8 left to go. Iowa by 1.
Looking for that lob in. You knew they were going to do that.
Get it to Saxton.
There's
She goes
travel.
up in traffic.
Yes.
And there's the call.
They called the travel. Great defense. Iowa just packed it in. They knew, right, you don't have the height advantage. South Carolina does. Pack that ball, the lane in for that last bit. They put Clark back in just now, too.
And Sonano. 4.1 left to go. The Hawks will have to go the full length with a 1-point lead. Martin gets it to Sonano, gets it to Clark. She's got one more pass. Gabby Marshall for 3. Travels around and spins out.
So close.
What a play, though.
Such a great play. I love the play. I love, Clark could have put it up, but I think the pass right there, that's the thing you want, because Gabby Marshall, 50% shooter right now from 3. She's going to hit the next one. She has that confidence.
That was halfway down. Hit both sides of the rim and fell out the right side to end the second quarter.
But that's the momentum that Iowa still gets to take into the locker room, right? They're going to be able to bring that with them. Almost going in, you want it to go in, it's going to feel a little better, but it still felt good being able to get that shot off and that opportunity.
The Hawks will take a 1-point lead to the halftime break, 38-37. Caitlin Clark with 19, Zaya Cook with 18 for Carolina. Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm and partner with Iowa's women's basketball program to serve charities in Eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. That's Iowa Swarm. Halftime show coming up from Dallas. Iowa 38, South Carolina 37. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Did you know you can now get your Quick Star favorites even quicker with mobile ordering through your Quick Rewards app? You can have all your favorites like chicken tenders, pizza, Nature's Touch ice cream, or a new puppy waiting for you when you arrive. Okay, just kidding about the new puppy. We're still working with the developer on that one. Order ahead, grab and go. We can even bring the orders to your car curbside. Hey, the Quick life is a good life. Download the Quick Rewards app and order ahead today.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
What does it take to be a success? Hard work, determination, and unrelenting attitude. The Hawkeye women have given their all every day, and we at Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company wish to congratulate the Hawkeye women's basketball team on all you've accomplished. We're proud to say we support the University of Iowa and the Hawkeye women's basketball program. You represent all that it means to be an Iowan and to be a Hawkeye. At Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company, we thank you for an amazing season and continue to cheer for your success. Go Hawks!
Welcome back to American Airlines Center. Rob Brooks and Jamie Cavey Lang. We are at the half, and the Hawkeyes have a 1-point advantage, 38-37. Iowa led after one, 22-13, and then Carolina outscored the Hawks 24-16 in the second. Iowa has led for 16 minutes and 6 seconds. South Carolina for 148. Jamie, how about the individual numbers?
Well, Rob, they're looking pretty good right now for the Hawkeyes. I think it was a great first half. Iowa being led with 2 players in double figures already. Caitlin Clark, 19, 7 of 12 shooting from the field, 3 of 7 from the three-point line, and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. And 10 points coming from Monica Sonato, 4 of 6 from the field, 2 for 2 from the free throw line. 5 also from Kate Barton on one of those being a three-pointer. 2 points from McKenna Warnock, 2 from Hannah Stolke, and that rounds out the 38. For South Carolina, 1 player in double figures, and that is Zaya Cook with 18. Emma here with 8, 6 from Cardoso, 3 from Hall, and 2 from Johnson. And that gets South Carolina to their 37. You know, a big talk today has been the rebounds. 23 rebounds for South Carolina, 12 for Iowa, but I will say, when they have 11 offensive rebounds, I can remember 2 opportunities where South Carolina had like 3 or 4 O boards each, right? And so it looks worse than I would say it is. I think Iowa's doing a great job on the boards. They are boxing out. They are fighting hard. And if they can keep doing that, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a great second half. 9 assists coming for the Hawkeyes, 6 of those from Caitlin Clark. Just 5 turnovers so far for the Hawks and 4 steals, 2 from Sonato and 2 from Gabby Marshall. Iowa shooting well, 47% from the field, 33% from the three-point line, compared to South Carolina, 42% from the field and just 8% from the three-point line.
Yeah, 1 out of 12 from 3 for South Carolina. The concerning thing is that that number might go up in the second half.
It could go up, but
They're
Iowa's
30%
playing
shooting team.
They are 30%, but I do think Iowa is playing the people who are not the shooters that hit the 30%. They're letting them take the threes, and they're taking a chance, right? You do take a chance when you give something open like that. So far, it is benefiting them.
Hawks 14 of 30 from the floor, 6 out of 6 from the free throw line. South Carolina 4 out of 4 from the stripe, and Iowa 4 out of 12 from 3, but 3 of 7 for Caitlin Clark, who also has a couple of rebounds and 6 assists already. Turnovers, 10 for Iowa, 11 for Carolina, 20 points in the paint for the Hawkeyes. So that's a good number no surprise, 24 for the Gamecocks, as they have 13 second chance points. Iowa with 4. The Hawks do have 7 fast break points. And then South Carolina, another storyline too. Aaliyah Boston has not scored and has only played 4 minutes and 35 seconds once she picked up 2 fouls. But that's when Carolina played its best and has 19 points off the bench.
Right. Their bench, that's what Brett Wisher was going off. That was the first thing we were talking about. Is just so you know, this doesn't mean that Iowa has won the game. Quite the opposite. Their bench comes in and scores just as effectively and rebounds just as effectively. So you have to be prepared. And I do think Iowa, they didn't back down on the defense. It's not because they let up. I think they are playing great defense. What they did in the first half, I'd be fine if they replicated for the second half, but guess what? I bet Coach Bluter has some ideas on how they can do better.
No doubt about it. Iowa 38, South Carolina 37 at the half from Dallas. The winner on to the Final Four. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Is not just for lumberjacks anymore, it's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thursday, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Every detail matters when building a winning game plan. That's why the Hawkeyes rely on better, cleaner now biodiesel to power the black and gold bus on game days. Delivering success on the court, in the field, and in the environment. Make biodiesel part of your game plan by visiting iasoybeans.com. Biodiesel. Request it, grow it, use it. This message brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Welcome back to Dallas. Iowa by 1 at 38-37. On to the title game for the winner to face LSU, who won 79-72 over Virginia Tech in the game previous to this one. Of course, the men's Final Four tomorrow. In the first game, it'll be Florida Atlantic and San Diego State. And the nightcap with Miami of Florida and UConn. Of course, Caitlin Clark with all of her awards, Player of the Year honors that she got this week. It was also great to see Jamie Sharon Goodman, Hawkeye Post player, got the academic award, 4.0 student in health sciences, and that means that she has the highest grade point average of any player here at the Final Four, and tremendous honor for her.
I mean, she earned it. She works hard. We see her when we're on away trips. She is always the person that has the laptop open, watching and working really hard on her. And she's in a major that I'm just going to tell you, I would not have a 4.0 in. The sciences, anything, she is working hard. She's studying hard and well earned.
Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Iowa 38, South Carolina 37. Back with more at the half from Dallas. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
What does it take to be a success? Hard work, determination, and unrelenting attitude. The Hawkeye women have given their all every day, and we at Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company wish to congratulate the Hawkeye women's basketball team on all you've accomplished. We're proud to say we support the University of Iowa and the Hawkeye women's basketball program. You represent all that it means to be an Iowan and to be a Hawkeye. At Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company, we thank you for an amazing season and continue to cheer for your success. Go Hawks!
Every detail matters when building a winning game plan. That's why the Hawkeyes rely on better, cleaner now biodiesel to power the black and gold bus on game days, delivering success on the court, in the field, and in the environment. Make biodiesel part of your game plan by visiting iasoybeans.com. Biodiesel. Request it, grow it, use it. This message brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Hawks back out on the court, warming up to the hoop to our left. No sign of Carolina as of yet. We're about 2.5 minutes away from the start of quarter number 3. Hawkeyes by 1. And so, Jamie, we always talk about the points in the paint, and both teams really like to score.
Yep.
Maybe in a variety of ways, especially for the Hawkeyes, but the number pretty similar right now.
Right, they're battling. Both teams are battling, and Iowa is just, I think, figuring it out a little bit more. They're really taking advantage, and they're hitting their threes. They're shooting well. They're 33%. Iowa can shoot better than that, but I'm going to take 33% right now, but okay if they get a little bit hotter than that. And I think that's a huge part. And really, the rebounding difference looks bigger than it is, I swear. Like, just trust me on this one that Iowa is battling down there. And if they battle the same, I think they will come out on top.
Third quarter up next. A big one for the Hawks, on top by 1, 38-37. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Midwest One believed in us and gave us the money to get started, and it was great.
We're talking with Jack Piper of Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack.
In 2005, they were there when we opened Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack. They've been there every step of the way with funding and great feedback on how to expand our brand. Midwest One Bank has been great, and with the recent uncertain times, we got through it, thanks to Midwest One Bank.
Midwest One Bank. Simply better banking. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at MidAmericanEnergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese.
Lunch is ready.
He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe and a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
South Carolina's first possession of the third quarter after Clark missed a three-pointer from the left wing. And now here's a steal by Gabby Marshall as Cook lost control of it. Clark across the timeline, down on the right wing, now gets into the paint, goes up, reverse layup, got it to go.
She would do that. She would get that.
A little extra.
Oh, man, the left-handed layup's too easy. I got to turn it into a reverse layup here.
21 for Clark. Scored that one on the left side of the hoop. Carolina basketball, Iowa up 3. Long-range jumper by Fletcher is no good from the left side, but got her own rebound, drives the paint. Shot is up, rolls off the back of the iron, and the rebound lost by the Hawks on the baseline and out of bounds. It'll be Carolina basketball. Hawks up by 3. Fletcher gets it into Aaliyah Boston, who has not scored in this game. Carolina works it around the perimeter, and then we've got a whistle and a foul called by the baseline official. And that'll be 3 on Sonano. Just trying to gain some position against Aaliyah Boston. So that'll bring Addie O'Grady into the game quickly here at 8:45 third quarter. Sonano will sit down with 10. Carolina basketball. Boston tries to go to work along the baseline. Shot is up, no good. Rolled off the right side. Rebound to Gabby Marshall, who quickly gets it to Clark on the right wing. Caitlin hesitates, drives, floater, gets it to go off the window from 10 feet.
What a drive, though. Man, I'll just tell you one thing. Caitlin Clark is not going to let this team beat her.
Fletcher gets into the paint. Can't score from the middle. And Clark gets the rebound. Fires a three-pointer off the left of the iron. And the weak side rebound to Gabby Marshall.
Kate
Gets
Martin
it
kept
into
that
the corner.
alive. Nice little tap.
As she usually does. Hawks now will set it back up with Clark. 42-37 Iowa. We're under 8 third quarter. Clark on the left wing. And Addie O'Grady receives a pass from McKenna Warnock.
Butter, 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 till the butter is no longer there. Do the pick and roll, the two-person game. Wow.
Been very effective as we've got a whistle underneath. Warnock went down. And is this a clear out on Aaliyah Boston?
I told you, Warnock's playing great D. Even though they called that one foul on her in the defensive end, I was like, keep playing it because she's doing the right stuff. She was moving her feet. She's trying to gain possession in the right ways. And you see Boston elbows and tries to push her back, and that's what they call it.
And that's 3 on Aaliyah Boston, who will stay in the game, defending Addie O'Grady. 44-37 Iowa. Really good start to the third quarter for the Hawks, just as they did in the first quarter. Here's Kate Martin, spins, top of the key, drives in, left-handed layup off the window, good.
Tough move by Kate Martin.
Against Beal. Martin with 7. Here's Cook. Out behind the arc on the left wing, and another whistle underneath. Let's see if this is on O'Grady.
Just a battle underneath. I told you, I think Iowa just needs to keep fighting, keep being big, keep moving your feet.
That's her first. Ball possession for Carolina. Get it into Cook along the baseline. She flips it underneath. Saxton can't finish. Rebound by Cook. Double clutch up strong. And Aaliyah Boston gets a rebound and lays it up and in.
See, and that's one of those scenarios where they got those 5-0 boards on one possession.
And here is Martin handing it off to Addie O'Grady for an easy layup in the paint.
Just unselfish basketball right there. You're getting they're moving the ball around. They're taking that next pass just to make an even better shot.
Inside to Boston. She goes up.
O'Grady with a block.
Blocked away by Addie O'Grady. Here comes Warnock into the front court left wing. Now to Kate Martin along the baseline. Hawks on top, 48-39. 6:35 left to go in the third. Clark tried to get a pass inside to O'Grady, knocked away by Johnson. Now to Cook, three-pointer left wing, no. And a couple of players go hard after the rebound. And a couple of Carolina players hit the deck. And a push on the Hawks. That'll be 2 on Warnock. Cardoso at 6'7", back on for South Carolina.
Battle in there. That's the battling for the boards. Those are the fouls that are going to have to come if you're going to be powerful down below and you're going to try to box it out.
So it'll be Carolina basketball along the baseline. Iowa 48, South Carolina 39. There's a 1-point Iowa lead at the half. 6:26 left to go in the third. Cardoso hands it off to Raven Johnson on the left wing. She'll back it up near the logo. And now we'll drive to the right side. Hawks sag inside. Now Beal for 3 left wing. Doesn't get it to go. Cardoso the rebound. And the putback is good off the window. Cardoso with 8. Here's Clark. Passing inside to O'Grady. She couldn't handle it, but Kate Martin there on the weak side to grab it. Gets it back to Clark on the right wing. O'Grady comes out, and we've got a whistle. And that's going to go against Raven Johnson of Carolina. That's 2 on her, second team.
And one more good thing coming out of that, the 2-person game. You bring it's working. You bring a post come out to set a screen, an on-ball screen, and whether she uses it or not, it's making good things happen.
Stalkey comes in for O'Grady, so the Hawks go small now. Here's Clark in between the circles. Angles to the left side, picks up her dribble, hands it off to Marshall. Iowa by 7. Now here's Clark. Step back, 3 left wing, skipped off the iron, no good. Rebound down to Cook. She brings it into the front court herself, drives the paint, left-handed layup is good off the window.
And I mean, Cook's points are all in the paint. I'd have to look at the shot chart to be over sure, but man, she is in there every single time. That's where her points are coming from.
Cook with 20. Martin to Stalkey. Back outside to Warnock. 48-43. Now Clark gets free. Pump fakes, kicks it back out to Warnock for 3.
Oh, McKenna! She's Warnocking them down now.
Good decision by Clark to get into the paint. Right back inside, Cardoso goes up and scores just outside the semicircle. Uses the glass well. Cardoso with 10. Clark for 3, rattled around and spun off the left side of the rim. Rebound taken down by Hall of Carolina. Hawks by 6. 4:33 left to go in the third quarter. Johnson, right wing, goes inside. And we got an Iowa player that went down, Cardoso as well, and a whistle.
They're going to call it on Hannah Stolke.
That'll be her second. And a media timeout with 4:27 left to go in quarter number 3. Great start to the third quarter for the Hawkeyes. They lead it 51-45. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. I mean, can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned businesses across Iowa. Businesses like Lola's Fine Hot Sauce, Forward Consulting, Own Your Check, and Humanize My Hoodie. For more information about Coco Creative Agency and these other great businesses, visit CocoCreates.com for more information. That's CocoCreates.com. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses.
So, what would you say if I gave you a reason not to cook dinner tonight? Tell me more. 2 words. Roasted chicken. We fix, you serve. 2 more words. Quick Star. Our delicious roasted whole chicken will give you all the reason you need not to cook. Fresh, roasted to tender, juicy perfection chicken. Perfect for any meal prep, or even unexpected company. So, sounds like you don't need any other reason to get to Quick Star and have dinner covered.
Iowa 51, South Carolina 45, 4:27 left to go in the third. In business, Mid-American Energy can help you save energy and add your bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com to learn more. Also, U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com. Caitlin Clark with 23 to lead the Hawkeyes. 20 for Zia Cook of South Carolina. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. South Carolina made 3 of their last 3, and Jamie, you can tell they want to play a transition game too. They've not been great, a lot due to Iowa's defense in the half court. It's been second chance opportunities and transition hoops, especially by Zia Cook.
Yeah. But that's where she's looking to score. She knows that that's the best thing for her. And so Iowa just has to figure out how they can stop her in that transition play, and that would take a huge piece away from them. So it's going to take more than just one person, though, because Zia Cook is good. She is real good at that transition, so trying to get back and help her out.
Averaging 15.1 a game, leading scorer. And has averaged only 26 minutes a game because Carolina's blown out a lot of their opponents. Gamecocks with the basketball. Field drives the paint, goes up strong off the window, and the rebound and putback is good by Cardoso, and she'll have a chance for a 3-point play.
Kate Martin boxing out there, doing a good job, has her hands up.
Just giving up 7 inches.
Yeah, she can't grow right now, so all she can do is keep battling.
Cardoso misses the free throw. Warnock the rebound in the paint. Hawks by 4 at 51-47, 4:15 left to go in the third. Clark across the timeline. Gets it to the left wing, McKenna Warnock. Now Martin. Warnock in the paint, up and under move, the left hand, couldn't get it to go.
Real nice step through, good shot.
Johnson tried to get a pass inside, and it's knocked away by the Hawks. Martin gets it to Clark. Marshall drops the ball inside to Stolke. Now back out to Warnock, back inside to Hannah. She fakes, goes up, kind of a wild shot against the taller Boston, and Aaliyah comes down with it and dribbles it across the timeline. 51-47 Iowa. 3:33 left to go in the third. Carolina with the basketball. Johnson on the right wing. Gets it to Beal. Drives down the left side. Pump fakes. Goes up in the paint and gets the roll. That's her first basket.
Iowa's making them score. That is their goal. They think they can win this game if they just force other people to shoot.
Here's Clark. Hesitation at the top of the key. Gets in the paint. Spins. Goes up under and scores over Cardoso. Faked her out a couple of times.
She sure did. A fake and a fake. She had used 2 fakes and it worked out for her. Nice step through to finish.
Hawks by 4. Boston corrals the ball inside, goes up amongst 2 Hawkeyes and is fouled. Sonato back in for Iowa. And that'll be 3 on Stolke. So the 6'5" senior, Aaliyah Boston, at the free throw line. Caitlin Clark has gone over 1,000 points for the season. Boston takes her time, dribbles, and makes the first. That's only her 3rd point, averaging 13.2. Last year's National Player of the Year.
It's good to have Monica Sonato back in. Lost a little bit on the offensive end when she had to go out. So hoping this next 3 minutes can really prove fruitful for the Hawks on that offensive end, having her back.
Amihir comes back in for South Carolina. Second free throw good by Boston. She has 4. Iowa basketball on top by 2. And Warnock has the ball beyond the 3-point arc and is immediately fouled.
And we talked about this, Rob. The thing that they're calling the most is the hands in, right? They're calling the fouls, the slapping fouls. And so if Iowa just needs to make sure that they're clearing out, they're holding onto the ball strong.
Amihir picks up the foul. Her second. Hart comes off a screen in between the circles. Feeds inside to Sonato. Has some position. Goes up strong.
Love it.
And is fouled by Cardoso.
Absolutely love it. I love the strong play by Monica Sonato going up against the legit 6'7" Cardoso, and just goes up there though strong. She's not backing away, and that's the only way you're going to try to score there.
And Cardoso actually got her hand on the ball as Sonato swishes the free throw. She has 11. And then Sonato had to fight with that and really went up strong as she turned to her left shoulder.
And Cardoso, she's not going to foul you on your arm. She's going to foul you with the body. So that's why you have to make sure you lean into her or you won't get that call.
Second free throw connects for Sonato. 55-51 Iowa. 2:22 left to go. Third quarter. Johnson in between the circles for Carolina. Feeds left side. Amihir gets it inside, and Beal goes up and is fouled. 2 on Martin.
Thought they were going to call that on Sonato. I think everyone did. Foul on Martin, though, that can go right now. Foul on Sonato, that's gonna be.
That would have been 4.
Yeah, that's going to be pain.
Sonato was there and reached in.
And she touched the ball. She was all ball. That's why it was a frustration part where you're like, oh gosh, that's going to be on her. But used Kate Martin with the body.
Beal misses the first free throw. Former Rock Island High School star makes the second. She has 3. 3-point game. Iowa with the lead. A little bit of pressure put on by Carolina. Clark gets it into the front court. Drives down the left side. Pulls up with the left hand from the block. No. Ball tipped around into the hands of Raven Johnson. Johnson across the timeline, and then will pause at midcourt. Gets it to Bree Beal, right wing. Tries to get into the paint. Does. Spins. Goes up over Kate Martin. No good. Weak side rebound to Monica Sonato. 1:47 left to go in the third. Hawks by 3 with the basketball. Here's Warnock on the right wing. Now to Clark. Clark holds the ball at her hip. Now back to Warnock. Now Kate Martin at the elbow. And a foul underneath is going to be called on Amihir.
Sonato did a good job of running that whole play. It was focused for Sonato. The play was for her. Cut really hard, drew a foul off of it.
And that's her third, and Sonato right back to the free throw line with Iowa leading by 3.
South Carolina with 5 fouls this quarter. Iowa with 7 fouls this quarter. So both teams are in the double bonus for the next minute and a half.
Rolls in the first. Sonato, perfect release, drills it. 14 for Monica. 57-52 Iowa. 1:25 left to go in the third. Johnson in between the circles. Amihir. Now to Johnson. She'll fire away and drill the 3-pointer from the right wing.
And that's just South Carolina's second 3-pointer for the game.
Backup point guard. Started 3 games this year. 2-point game. Here's Clark. Bounce pass, attempt for Sonano, and a little bit too far away from Monica along the baseline. The ball goes out of bounds over to Carolina with 55.8 left to go in the third. Hawks by 2. Cook with only 2 points after 18 at half. With the basketball out near the timeline, will dribble a little bit closer. Marshall awaits. Now she dribbles to the right wing and immediately doubled. Lost control of the ball. It goes out of bounds over to the Hawkeyes. Lost it right in front of the Carolina bench.
And there was a help side right there. They did a jump-off double. They knew the play. Iowa knew the play. Help from Caitlin Clark, creating a little bit of tension there.
That's 12 turnovers for Carolina. Iowa with just 7. Now the Hawks can hold. 18 to shoot, 20 on the game clock. On top by 2. Coming down the stretch, quarter number 3. Clark dribbling it out on the logo. Brings it left side, now to Warnock, back to Caitlin. Now inside, Sonano goes to work off the window. Got it!
Yes! Monica Sonano. She is like, I am in beast mode. I don't care how tall you are. I am taking it in and I am finishing.
Bounced a couple of times. This one went, and that's how we will end the third quarter. Sonano with 6 in the quarter. Clark also with 6. Well, the Hawks are going to take a lead to the fourth quarter in the national semifinal game here at the Final Four. Iowa 59, South Carolina with a 42-game winning streak. Haven't lost for 389 days. 55. Hawks by 4 as we head to the fourth. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
What does it take to be a success? Hard work, determination, and unrelenting attitude. The Hawkeye women have given their all every day, and we at Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company wish to congratulate the Hawkeye women's basketball team on all you've accomplished. We're proud to say we support the University of Iowa and the Hawkeye women's basketball program. You represent all that it means to be an Iowan and to be a Hawkeye. At Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company, we thank you for an amazing season and continue to cheer for your success. Go Hawks!
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV?
What? No way, dude. Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen. To draft an agent for your team, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
We had a significant foundation settling issue at our residential property, and we needed money fast to fix it, and Midwest One Bank came to our rescue.
We're talking with Brian Kirschling about Midwest One Bank.
Midwest One Bank helped us secure a home equity loan in order to remedy the situation. Your home is your most valuable asset, and Midwest One Bank gave us peace of mind, and Midwest One Bank was there when we needed them.
Midwest One Bank. Simply better banking. Loan subject to credit approval. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
University of Iowa Healthcare has the game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or a minor injury, visit one of several UI Quick Care or Urgent Care locations throughout the Iowa City-Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help you get back in the game. UI Healthcare, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa outscored the Gamecocks in the third quarter, 21-18. Shot 48.9%, 5 of 17 for the ball game. 1 out of 5 in that quarter. And Iowa 10 out of 10 from the free throw line. Hawks have led for 26 minutes and 6 seconds. South Carolina for 148. Hawks led by 9 back in the first quarter. Had a 10-0 run in the third. Carolina had a 7-0 run in the third. Clark with 25 and 7 assists and 3 rebounds. Well, you have the best 10 minutes of basketball of your life left in you.
Oh, man. You just got to go, right? You got to leave it all out there. Come at it hard. Take the advantages, use what you've learned this whole game, and keep moving.
I want to thank United Healthcare for teaming up with the Hawkeyes to support and celebrate small businesses in the state of Iowa. United Healthcare is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Zaya Cook with 20. Remember, she had 18 in the first 2 quarters. Just had 1 basket on a drive-in layup, Jamie, in the third.
And you saw a couple of their posts, a couple of people who haven't scored for South Carolina score a few points in that quarter, but you got to think you don't change much about your defensive plan because it's working. You're having the people shoot that you want to shoot versus the people that you don't want.
Hawks by 4. Carolina with the basketball. Here's Cook. Gets it out to Boston, who steps away from the hoop and takes a couple of dribbles and then slips it right side. 3-pointer by Johnson from the right wing is good.
That's her second 3 that she's hit this half.
Hawks by 1 with the ball. Here's Clark on the right wing. Tries to get into the paint. Wanted that step back 15-footer from the free throw line and drug her right pivot foot. Coach Bluter having a conversation with one of the officials that Clark got bumped and knocked out of position. Raven Johnson, 5'8" freshman, dribbles the ball to the right wing. Hawks by 1. Carolina 3 out of 16 from 3. Cardoso drops it inside. Aaliyah Boston, high-low action. She lays it up and in. Carolina takes a 1-point lead. Here's Clark for 3, left wing, swishes it.
Not so fast, she says. Oh, man, you were waiting for Clark to hit one of those 3s because they've been just hanging out, and here she is. Hopefully she can hit a few more.
Clark with 28. Hawks go up by 2. Just underway, 4th quarter. Raven Johnson to the right wing. Now she'll step up and shoot a short-range jumper that is no good. And the rebound taken down by the Hawks. Clark now in the front court on the left wing. Comes to the top of the key. Bounce pass Sedano. Left-handed layup up the window. Good.
All day. All game. Keep it going.
Hawks by 4. Johnson, who's made a couple of 3-pointers, dribbles to the right side, and the Hawks back off her, and she didn't want to take that last one. Stepped in and then couldn't hit it from 17. Cross-court pass to Bree Beal. Now Boston drops it inside to Beal. Left block goes to the baseline shot. No. Weak side rebound and put back is good by Cardoso, just standing there, and then laid it up and in. That's 6'7". 2-point Iowa lead. Clark across the timeline. Johnson out on her. Logo 3 straight away. Count it.
Clark. Hot. Top of the key 3 from Clark.
And beyond. That gets the crowd into it. 67-62 Iowa. Cook gets it to Boston. Working the weave around the outer arc. Beal. Cardoso back to Beal. Now Johnson right wing fires a 3-pointer, no good. Rebound by Boston, blocked. Another rebound, Cardoso, no. Martin grabs it. Gets it to Clark across the timeline. 3, left wing, no good. Well, the roof would have came off this place if that gone down. Cook with the rebound. Tries to get down toward the baseline. She's doubled, slips through a double team and lays it up off the window.
Man, but the help was there. You just got to stick with it. Don't let it go.
67-64. Hawks by 3. And the ball almost stolen by Raven Johnson.
It looks like they're gonna, call a foul on Caitlin Clark. Just her third. No Hawkeyes with anything more than 3 here in the fourth quarter. No Gamecocks with any more than 3 in the fourth quarter.
Hawks by 3. Johnson, free throw line extended left. Carolina just works the ball around the arc. Now Beal on the right wing. Cook comes off a screen from 16, right side, no. And a foul will be called on the rebound underneath as Cardoso grabbed another one.
That'll be on Monica Sonano. So now I said 3 before, but now she has, that would be the first Hawkeye with 4 fouls.
So Monica with 16 points and 4 fouls. And the Hawkeyes take timeout on top by 3 at 67-64 with 5:52 left to go in the ballgame. We'll take a break. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Every detail matters when building a winning game plan. That's why the Hawkeyes rely on better, cleaner now biodiesel to power the black and gold bus on game days. Delivering success on the court, in the field, and in the environment. Make biodiesel part of your game plan by visiting iasoybeans.com. Biodiesel. Request it, grow it, use it. This message brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Welcome back to American Airlines Center, Dallas, Texas. The winner on to the title game to face LSU. Iowa 67, South Carolina 64, with 5:52 left to go in the ballgame. Iowa Soybean Association is driven to deliver sustainable soy solutions to every life, every day. Learn more at iasoybeans.com. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff. So Cook with 22 to lead the way for South Carolina. Cardoso off the bench, though she's their 3rd leading scorer, has 14, had 6 at the half. Clark with 31.
And Monica Sonano, she's got that 18 points, and a lot of those coming off that pick and roll, that 2-person game. That's still working for Iowa.
But now with 4 personal fouls.
With 4 fouls, but you just got to play with 5:50 left. I don't know if they took her out. I'm assuming they did, but I can't tell. They did take her out. She won't be out very long. Maybe minute and a half, probably until the next media break. And then she'll be back in for the rest of the game. But Addie O'Grady's been doing a good job in there. Use that height while Grady's in, right? When she's in there, she just needs to think, I'm tall, I'm big, I got some height advantage here, let's use it.
So this is just the 2nd time all season that South Carolina has trailed in the 4th quarter. I believe the other one was at Ole Miss.
That one went into OT.
Hawks by 3, Carolina with the basketball. Raven Johnson getting a lot of minutes off the bench. Goes to the right side. Clark comes out on her. Now Aaliyah Boston at the elbow. Holds the ball high above her head. Now back to Johnson, top of the key. Boston on the right wing. And she'll fire a long two-pointer, no good. But Johnson gets the rebound, gives it to Boston underneath. O'Grady the block, but Eddie will pick up a foul.
Great defense by O'Grady. Good job adjusting, good job finding it. Oh, they're going to give it to McKenna
Warnock. Okay. Now it's Warnock's third. O'Grady went up after the block. Yeah.
Again, that's where O'Grady has that advantage. So, right, she's 2 inches taller than Monica Sonano.
Stolke comes back in. Aaliyah Boston at the free throw line.
I think McKenna Warnock has a bloody nose.
Makes the first. Seven points and 7 rebounds for Aaliyah Boston. All since halftime. Misses the second long rebound in the hands of Caitlin Clark. Hawks by 2 with the basketball. 5:24 left to go. Here's Clark on the right side. Drives all the way to the paint. Layup good.
Wow, easy. Makes it look easy. It's not easy, but she does that by just driving in and seeing that open lane.
Just a little hesitation against Johnson and just took it right to the basket. Raven Johnson, the 5'8" freshman, angles to the right side. Clark on her. Here's Cook coming off a screen. She's doubled. Kicks it out to Bree Beal for 3. No good from the left wing. And Clark secures the rebound.
And great job on Zaya Cook. They've realized we got to double in and stop her in the paint. And that's what happened there, which leaves someone else wide open, but you're leaving open a less high percentage shot.
Hawks with the basketball. Stolke comes out. Clark off a screen. 3-pointer. Top of the key. No. And the ball calmly goes out of bounds on the sideline over to Carolina.
Man, it's right there, though. And those are the Clark shots. They're going to go in. They're going to go in.
Timeout on the court with 4:39 left to go. Hawks 69. The Gamecocks 65. Down the stretch we go in Dallas. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Lifeline is a growing business, and we know that Midwest One Bank is going to be there along with us all the way.
We're talking with Randy Smith from Lifeline Emergency Vehicles about Midwest One Bank.
For Lifeline to sustain, we need to expand into future markets, and we need partnerships like Midwest One Bank to help us grow. Having a partner like Midwest One Bank provides us a future. They're always there when we need them.
Midwest One Bank. Simply better banking. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Pizza. The word just sells itself. Hot, delicious, cheesy pizza. Now I got you dreaming about pizza, right? Now, picture that pizza with piles and piles of 5 Wisconsin cheeses. Quick Star's Pothole Pizza has you covered with flavors like pepperoni, bursting with spirited amounts of pepperoni, or kitchen sink, loaded with toppings to fill any bottomless pit. Hey, our Pothole Pizzas are sure to make your pizza dreams come true. Head over to the freezer section and pick up a Pothole Pizza from Quick Star. And we'll see you next time.
Hawkeyes on top by 4, 69-65. Have the Gamecocks on the ropes. You know, and Jamie, interesting, when you're South Carolina, you're 36-0.
Yep.
Won 42 straight games. You're the defending national champs. You have not been in this position hardly at all.
Right.
Being down, how do you handle it down the stretch? And how does Iowa handle it?
Right, and Iowa has been in this position actually a lot. On both sides, they've been down. They've been the team down by 4 at this point. They've been the team up by 4 at this point. And they do a great job in these situations. So Iowa, with 4:39 left, really things are working for them. You're not going to make a ton of adjustments, but you need to be ready right now for South Carolina to make some adjustments. Be ready for some traps. Be ready for some aggressive defense. And just keep playing your game, though.
19,288 inside American Airlines Center.
And it is legit full. This is a full arena.
Tough ticket, as they say.
It was a real tough ticket. I mean, they were there. They were a pricey ticket, yeah. People had to throw some bucks, but I'm going to tell you, it feels like it's worth it. Because this atmosphere is great. Iowa with a 4-point lead with 4:39 to go. And again, these are the games that Iowa has been preparing for. Like you said, like this is where they need to be talking. Like, we have played this game. We have played the 439 game with 4 points, being up by 4. And we have figured out how to keep it and win it.
Hawks break the huddle. On top by 4 with 4:39 left to go in the fourth. LSU out of the SEC awaits the winner. It'll be Carolina basketball in the backcourt.
Iowa has 3 timeouts still. South Carolina 4 timeouts.
Johnson, this time angles left side. Clark will sag way off her, just a 21% three-point shooter, but not afraid to fire him, and she does and drills it.
And Johnson's hit the other ones too. But I think their defense is still working. I'm going to say, keep going. It's the thing that's working. You're frustrating Boston.
Johnson with 3 threes for South Carolina. Hawks by 1. We approach 4. Here's Clark. Drives down the right side. Shot is up and no good. Missed a little floater outside of the paint. And Johnson grabs the rebound. Cook.
Whoa.
Tried to throw it cross court and nobody even near the basketball. And it goes out of bounds. But should be the Hawks basketball, and Martin will throw it in.
You see the Gamecocks now in a full court D.
They have applied some pressure, but it hasn't bothered the Hawkeyes. Clark receives the pass. And will just walk it across the timeline. Now Warnock on the right side. Now gets it inside, and a whistle against Cardoso. Against Sonano.
That's just South Carolina's first foul for this quarter.
With 3:39 left to go. Sonano got the ball midway through the paint, and it was bumped by Cardoso. Hawkeyes basketball. Clark comes off the screen, drives down the left side off the hesitation, got the left-handed layup to go.
Great read and just continuation with the curl. Curled, came off the screen hard, curled down.
Hawks by 3. Cardoso in the paint. Slips it inside. Beal.
Oh, the help
bad
side
pass
D.
to Boston, intercepted by Clark. She's full steam to the basket.
Oh,
shot is up and no good. Rebound taken down by Cardoso. Carolina with numbers. Johnson to the rim. Shot strong off the rebound. Fight for the rebound. Touch last, I believe, by the Hawkeyes. Iowa by 3. 3:03 left to go. Carolina basketball on the baseline. Johnson to throw it in. Lob pass out to Beal. Boston, now Johnson on the left wing. Gets it to Cook, comes off the screen, and the pass intercepted by Sonano. And she is held.
Great job picking up the ball.
Zaya Cook picks up her first foul. Cook tried to get it to Boston, a paint-to-paint pass, and it was knocked away and picked off by Monica Sonano, and then Cook fouled her.
And good job by Monica Sonano, just realizing it quick enough that she could get the ball cleanly and then draw the foul.
Clark, left side, Warnock gets a screen from Sonano. Warnock looks, and then a lob pass out to Caitlin Clark. Iowa by 3. 2:30 left to go. Here's Clark against Beal. Turns the corner. Step back three-pointer left wing. No good. Weak side rebound dug up by Aaliyah Boston. Boy, that would have been huge.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Here's Johnson. Left-handed dribble to the left side. Lob pass into Cardoso. She's outside of the paint and lost control of the ball. And it might have been knocked out of her hands by the Hawkeyes, Monica Sonano. Carolina basketball on the baseline. 2:07 left to go.
The defensive digging is just hurting them right now. It's great play.
Hawks by 3. Off the inbounds play. Cook, jumper left side, no from 15. Boston the rebound, and she is tied up by McKenna Warnock.
Oh, but they're going to call a foul.
On the backside, then, they'll call a foul on Kate Martin. Because Warnock got 2 hands on the basketball.
Right.
So then on the backside, called Kate Martin. Hawks by 3, 2:02 left to go. Carolina gets it into Boston on the left wing. Now back to Johnson. Angles to the right side. Now Boston flips a pass inside to Cardoso. She goes up and can't score. Beal tapped it around and fell down. And Clark then gets the ball, and she's knocked to the ground. And I think they called it Carolina basketball. We'll see if they will look at it. They should under 2 minutes. 1:42 left to go. The official call right now was it was a kick on Iowa.
Right. But Iowa right now just battling like no other.
So that was both teams really going after the rebound hard.
And you can't stop. Just keep being aggressive. Iowa with a 3-point lead right now. You don't dial it back right now. You go in every single time. You tip. If you even get a tip of the ball, it can be your ball. And so those are that's the mentality that Iowa has to continue in just this next minute 42.
With a 71-68 lead. Officials are at the scorer's table taking a look at the video to determine which team touched it last.
Iowa right now with 4 team fouls, South Carolina 2 team fouls. Iowa has 1 player with 4, that's Monica Sonano, but otherwise everyone else is doing okay. But any foul from Iowa now would send South Carolina to the free throw line. Iowa with 3 timeouts left, South Carolina with 4 timeouts left. So I mean, still a lot of game with 1:42 when there's that many timeouts left.
And Carolina, not a great free throw shooting team. That's 68.9%.
And the fun thing here, Iowa still has this 3-point lead. If the ball should happen to come their way, even more momentum for them. But Iowa with the lead with 1:42.
And Carolina has not scored for the last 2 minutes and 43 seconds, just 1 of their last 7.
Nope, Iowa's been forcing them. I think that they've been creating turnovers. They've been being aggressive. They're going to keep it with South Carolina.
So Boston will throw it in. Left of Carolina's basket, 71-68 Iowa, 1:42 left to go.
Oh, they're saying the shot clock, I think, should be at 20.
Coach Bluter, she's got to officiate too. I think she pointed that out.
I think there should be 20, right? We're keeping it at 30 at the moment.
Yeah, maybe we never had to change the possession then. So 30 seconds on the shot clock, 1:42 game clock. Gamecocks get it in to Johnson. Now to Cook at the top of the key, and the whistle blows.
Okay, they're going to call a foul on McKenna Warnock off the ball.
That'll be her 4th. Not a good foul for the Hawks.
No, but she's playing good defense. She's playing good defense.
So Aaliyah Boston to the free throw line to shoot a pair. 1:37 left to go. 71-68. Hawks on top. Boston's free throw. Somehow, yeah.
No-go. That's a no-go free throw.
That rattled around, hung, and
Iowa's got to make sure to get that box out. That's the big thing here. Create space, get the box out.
So Boston missed the first. Second one, good. Aaliyah with 8. And that pulls Carolina to within 2. 71-69 with 1:37 left to go. Timeout.
South Carolina will take their first timeout of the game. again, Iowa with the 2-point advantage and the ball. You got to think South Carolina is going to come out here. Yes, maybe they're going to play hard defense. They're not the most effective scoring team, though. So you'd be looking at your team thinking, I could see them fouling Iowa right now. But here's the thing. They only have 2 fouls. They can't get Iowa to the free throw line unless they commit 3 fouls. 3 additional fouls. That's the only way Iowa goes to the free throw line. So Iowa needs to be smart with the ball, be aggressive with the ball. And no, they probably don't want to foul you. So use the clock.
South Carolina has given up 51 points per game. The Hawks have 71. So Iowa basketball. They'll go the full length of the court. Some pressure now by Carolina. As Clark gets it into Warnock. Now back to Caitlin. Brings it across the timeline. Now in between the circles. Ooh, almost traveled. Caitlin, and she calls timeout. That'll be a 30-second timeout. Looked like she was going to get trapped. Wanted to get the ball inside to Sonano, it appeared.
Right. I think it was a good decision to not throw it in, but then she also picked up her ball.
Yeah, didn't have a good angle.
Right, didn't have a good angle, and she was atop the key. And I'm sure that's something that Coach Bluter talked about in their last timeout. Hey, if you get into a position where you think it's going to get tied up, take the timeout and have one that you can burn. Probably only one. Right? You probably didn't want to burn it right there, but you burn it. You do it because you still get to keep the possession.
Hawks by 2. 71-69. Carolina in the bonus. Hawks will have it along the sideline. Kate Martin will throw it in. Johnson will come out to defend the pass. Get it into Warnock. Now back to Clark in between the circles. She drives down the right side of the lane. Shot is up and good.
Great drive. Great drive. Gives Iowa a 3-point advantage, or a 4-point advantage.
1:10 left to go. Here's Aaliyah Boston at the elbow. Fires it left side. Now Cook backs up. Tries to go to work. Gets into the paint. Shot is up off the window and gets it to go on the runner.
Iowa still with that 2-point advantage right now.
With the basketball, we're under a minute. Well, if the Hawks could score here. Here's Warnock. Out behind the arc on the right wing. Holds it.
Oh my gosh.
And then is tied
up. A jump
up.
ball. A jump ball.
And Warnock went down hard as she tried to rip the ball away. It will be Iowa basketball in the possession arrow. And McKenna still kind of bent over, trying to hit her head on the court.
Iowa with 15 seconds on the shot clock. That doesn't reset it or anything.
So Boston got 2 hands in there, tied her up. Hawks by 2. 43 seconds left to go. Clark out near the timeline against Bree Beal. And Beal holds Clark.
Bad decision by them because Iowa doesn't go to the free throw line. That gives Iowa 20 seconds again on the shot clock to create. So Iowa, be smart. Use at least 10 seconds if you can, right? If you have a great shot, go for it. Take a layup. But ultimately, be smart. Use the clock if you need to.
It resets to 20 after every call. Here is Clark on the right wing. Drives baseline. Whips it back out to McKenna Warnock. Faked a 3-pointer. And now flips it back to Clark. 9 to shoot. Clark, step back 3 is in and out. Rebound to McKenna Warnock, who pulls it back out.
That's a huge board. 15 seconds.
Gets it to Clark. Hawks by 2.
Oh my God.
And Clark is fouled by Beal to the line. Hawks by 2 with 14.4. How about that?
She
rebound?
Won't go to the line. They don't go to the line
right.
yet.
Not yet. Yep.
Not to the line. They don't go to the line yet.
So it'll be a side out of bounds.
Iowa with the ball, 14 seconds left, 2-point lead.
And now you would think Carolina would have to foul to get Iowa to the line. Martin gets it into Clark, and she's immediately fouled by Beal. So now
Clark goes to the line. They took another minute and a half off the shot on that, or off the clock. 13.5.
Hawks by 2, 73-71, 13.5 left to go. Clark's first free throw, perfect.
All right, 3-point game. That's a one-possession game still for Iowa.
This is the big one.
This is the big one. If she can hit this, it changes everything on how Iowa will play defense.
Second one, perfect. 75-71, timeout, Carolina.
So this will allow South Carolina to advance the ball. They're going to advance the ball on this. Iowa just has to play good defense. No fouls on threes. If they drive in, and you want to make them use maybe at least 5 seconds, right? No quick shots. You know who it's going to go to. Play your normal defense. They've been playing amazing on Cook. Try to deny her entirely, but play everything else the same. Everything has been working really well for the Hawkeyes. Even a three-pointer doesn't kill you here. You just don't foul. You don't allow any crazy play to happen.
75-71, 13.5 left. The Hawks are 13.5 seconds away from history. Carolina basketball. Gamecocks.
And this is something that the Hawkeyes have seen before. They have been in this position before. They need to just be smart. Play the game. You have played this game before. Just finish it.
So Carolina advances the ball. We'll have it in the front court. Get it into Cook. Turnaround jumper. That's a 2. Grazed the rim, but the putback is up and good by Cardoso. Timeout Iowa as Carolina pulls to within 2 with 9.9 seconds left to go. 75-73.
And that'll advance the ball. Coach Bluder took that timeout to advance the ball, allow them to sit up in one of their sideline out of bounds plays. The thing is, Iowa doesn't need to shoot. So I could see her doing a spread on this one, because then you can get into the backcourt and you can keep it in the backcourt. You don't have to even cross half court. It's 9.9 seconds. Keep it in the backcourt. Who cares if you cross the court?
Yeah, we've seen that set up where Iowa puts 2 players back.
Yeah, just put 2 players. If you get it in the backcourt, you hang out there. You don't need to do anything. You're going to get fouled, but... You got Kate Martin out there to inbound. Iowa does have 1 timeout, so let's say they run into a problem here. Take the timeout. You take the timeout. If it gets close to 5, you take it. You don't even allow a chance for the refs to call it. Coach Bluder's probably going to be watching a count right now.
Martin has the ball. Being distracted, but drops it off to Caitlin Clark, and she circles around midcourt and is fouled by Bree Beal.
And she took 2 seconds off the clock there. 9.9 down to 8.1. That's huge for Iowa. South Carolina still with 2 timeouts.
Hawks by 2, and Caitlin Clark will step to the free throw line. 4 for 4 today. 8.1 on the clock. Clark will get 2. Caitlin's first is perfect.
Wow. She's got ice running through those veins. Hot fingertips, ice through the veins.
That's 40 for Caitlin. Second one.
2-possession game. 2-possession game for the Hawkeyes.
Timeout Carolina with 8.1 left to go. Iowa 77. South Carolina 73.
Huge. Biggest free throws of Caitlin Clark's life, but they're the things she's been shooting her entire life for. This is what she's always wanted.
And those didn't even touch the rim. They were just right through.
Caitlin Clark with another 40-point game.
Yeah, they're coming off of 41.
40-point game, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, but who cares? None of them care who's getting what points today. Iowa just wants this win with a 4-point lead, 8.1 seconds on the clock. South Carolina still has 1 timeout. Hawkeyes have 1 timeout, but Iowa, again, playing this defensively exactly the same. Exactly the same. So what if someone comes off a screen and takes a shot? Let them take it. You just try to get the rebound. That's it.
So Carolina will have it in the front court. 8.1 left to go. They'll have to look to score quickly. Boston gets it. Three-pointer. Rimming no. Battle for the rebound. And it is touched last by South Carolina. Out of bounds. Iowa basketball with 2.9 left to go. 77-73. 2.9 away from a trip to the title game.
I don't even know what to say because this feels unbelievable. 2.9 seconds and Iowa has the ball in a 4-point lead against an unbeaten team. The unbeaten team.
Well, 42 in a row. 36-0 this year. Last year's national champs.
What did Coach Bluter say? Why not us? Why not?
Why not?
And now everyone else agrees. Why not, you guys? I'll tell you why not,
2.9 seconds left to go.
Caitlin Clark, Monica Sonato, Iowa coming in with a game plan. They see two-person games working, and instead of trying to do something crazy, two-person game every time. On-ball screen and roll. On-ball screen and roll. Every single coach in the nation across there in the high schools is going, you want to know what works? A screen and roll.
Worked since they invented the game.
The screen and roll. I mean, you do have Caitlin Clark making the passes, which also helps. Screen and roll. Iowa's going to now inbound it.
So the Hawks will have it in the front court, right by the Hawkeye bench. Kate Martin once again will throw it in. Hawks 77, Carolina 73, 2.9 left to go. Clark gets it.
Oh
running around on the baseline. That's going to do it. The Hawks with history.
I can't.
Off to the title game, 77-73 to face LSU.
Oh my goodness, Rob.
Listen to this crowd.
This is amazing. Absolutely, positively amazing. And you know what? Though Iowa believed this. They believed this the whole time. They did not doubt it. As they shake hands.
Caitlin Clark with 41.
41
and it'll be the Hawks and LSU Sunday afternoon for the national championship.
Did you ever think how? The Iowa Hawkeyes are going to the national championship game. This is real. This is happening. Iowa's going to a championship title game.
Did you have to look at the scoreboard a couple of times just to make sure? Hawks waving to its adoring fans from midcourt.
Oh my gosh. They beat the unbeatable. They beat the unbeatable.
Not many gave him a chance, but the ones in that locker room certainly felt it.
I'm in complete shock right now. Complete and total shock.
But Jamie, Iowa controlled this game.
They did the entire
right from
game.
the start.
If we look at the stats of the times how much they led 35-51. 35 minutes and 51 seconds of this game, Iowa led. There was a lead change 8 times, but you know who kept taking back the lead? Iowa. They didn't let it get low, and it wasn't because of Coach Bluter's timeout. It was because this is a veteran team who is smart, and they didn't come into the pressure, and they knew what was going on. And you know what? Iowa had an amazing defensive plan, and they did not go away from it even when the game was tight. Like some teams might try to do something different. It's working. It's working. Yes, Johnson hit 2 threes, but you know what? Everything else was still working, so that's 6 points. And Iowa did not cave when a couple of shots were hit, right? Coach Bluter's like, stick with the plan. Let Johnson shoot threes. This is what we want to happen, and it worked. You didn't just give up because a couple of things happened. So they're doing the burrito lift.
Nobody's left.
Nobody's leaving. I'm not leaving. Are you leaving?
Not going anywhere.
Oh, man. Iowa's going to the national championship game. The more I say it, it doesn't feel any more real, but it's real.
No doubt about it. And this team has been for real, especially since the beginning of the year. couple of tough losses early on, stayed together, and absolutely playing its best basketball of the year. And for the first time ever, the Hawks go to in women's basketball a championship game.
They've had great teams, first time ever.
Been 30 years since the Final Four, and forever to reach this point.
Holy cow. I'm completely and utterly speechless, and I'm going to attempt to talk, and it's not going to sound good because there's no words. There's no words, Rob.
Oh, yeah, there are.
You have
lots of words.
But right, you felt it. I would have to go back if someone was visually watching. When I grabbed your arm, I should have taken it. That was it. I was like, it's it.
That's going to happen.
And it was maybe 18 seconds left in the game, and I was like, we got it. There's no way Iowa loses here because we are a veteran team, and we won't lose it here.
That 4-point lead, you felt
as
really
soon
good.
as you got it, I was like, it's done. The game is done. All the Hawkeye fans. All the Hawkeye fans.
And the players still out there celebrating and waving to their family and friends, and all the Hawkeye faithful who will overtake Dallas tonight.
Oh my gosh. Watch out. You thought that Hawkeye huddle was wild. There's another thing coming, and it's a bunch of excited Hawk fans who are figuring out how to get these final game tickets.
Now Coach Jensen comes right over, so the Hawkeyes will come right up to
the fans.
It's fan section. Of course, there's Hawkeyes all over the arena, but most of them just right across from the bench.
Oh.
And Clark jumps into the arms of Monica Sonano. Monica wants another game.
I can't. This is the season you want when you're in your last season. You never know when your last game is, and she knows when it is now. And it's because it's the national championship game.
And you know what she'll say is, I can't wait for practice tomorrow.
Oh, this team. Gonna face up against an LSU, but it's like Iowa versus the world right now, right? That's really what it feels like. Iowa versus the world.
The Big Ten and the SEC for the national championship.
Yep.
And you get to go down to a pretty excited locker room.
Actually, was funny. I was thinking, I'm like, I don't think they're going to lose. I do not think I'm going to go to a sad locker room tonight. Like, I thought that at the beginning of the game. Obviously, I'm not going to say that, but I was like, I'm looking forward to go to the locker room tonight because I don't feel like this is going to be a bad one at all. And lucky me, it's a great one.
That'll be a scene down there, and we will have it for you as we get set for a wonderful post-game show as Iowa defeats undefeated South Carolina 77-73 off to the national championship game against LSU and Kim Mulkey on Sunday afternoon. Remember, Iowa got to the Elite Eight in 2019 and faced a Baylor team coached by Kim Mulkey. That team ended up winning the national championship. The Hawks have a chance for extended history on Sunday. This is uncharted waters, what we're going to witness on Sunday afternoon. Iowa and LSU for the national championship. We'll be back. Stay with us. We got a lot coming at you on the postgame show from Dallas. Iowa 77, South Carolina 73. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Today is the day. After countless hours of research, cutting back expenses, and 9 months of anxiously waiting for her, today is the day you finally bring home your new car. It's also the day to protect her with an auto policy from Shelter Insurance. Our policies are competitively priced and include new car replacement coverage if anything were to happen to your new baby.
To find an agent near you, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Every detail matters when building a winning game plan. That's why the Hawkeyes rely on better, cleaner now biodiesel to power the black and gold bus on game days. Delivering success on the court, in the field, and in the environment. Make biodiesel part of your game plan by visiting iasoybeans.com. Biodiesel. Request it, grow it, use it. This message brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
The Hawks and LSU for the national title on Sunday afternoon after the Hawkeyes defeated South Carolina 77-73 for the right to play for the national championship. Caitlin Clark, absolutely spectacular tonight again. The National Player of the Year had 41 points on 15 of 31 from the floor. 5 of 17 from 3. She was certainly wanted to coax a few more of those in coming down the stretch, but certainly made a couple of tough ones there in the third and fourth quarters as well. So 41 for Clark, and just money on those free throws coming down the stretch. Hawks didn't. 14 of 14. As a team, 6 out of 6 for Clark, who ended up not only with the 41 points, but 6 rebounds, 8 assists as the Hawks' leading scorer. Monica Sedano, 6 out of 8 from the floor, did a terrific job against much taller players. Ended up with 18 points, also 6 out of 6 from the free throw line. And then the Hawkeyes, when you look at the scoring, really, especially in the third and fourth quarters, it was Clark and Sedano. Addie O'Grady had 4 points in the third and fourth quarters. Warnock had 5, coming off of 17 against Louisville. And Kate Martin had a basket. Other than that, it was Clark with a total of 41, had 19 at the half, and Sedano had 10 at the half, 8 in the third and fourth quarters for a total of 18 points. So Martin had 7. And McKenna Warnock certainly made a big three-pointer when it was much needed. Gabby Marshall did not score. Of course, did her tremendous job on the defensive end and only shot the ball 1 time. And that was the three-pointer from the left wing at the end of the second quarter that rattled around, looked like it was going to fall, and then fell off the right side of the rim. Anna Stalkey had a basket. Addie O'Grady played 10 minutes and 8 seconds, had 4 points, as the Hawkeyes had 77 points for the ball game. For South Carolina, 3 players in double figures. Zaya Cook, who in the first 2 quarters looked like she was going to go for about 50, but we've seen that before when a player has had a really good first 20 minutes and the Hawkeyes make the adjustments they need to at the half. and then able to really shut down that particular player, and they did that with Cook tonight, who had 18 at the half, ended up with 24 for the ball game. Cardoso off the bench. He's the 6'7" junior, had a double-double, 14 points and 14 rebounds on 7 of 9 from the floor. Raven Johnson played a lot coming off the bench for the Gamecocks, had 13 on 5 of 11 shooting and 3 of 6 from 3. Aaliyah Boston, who did not score in the first half, ended up with 8 points and 10 rebounds on just 2 of 9 from the floor. Victoria Saxton did not score. Bree Beal had 3 points on 1 of 9 from the floor. And Fletcher did not score for South Carolina. 3 for Bree Hall and 8 for Amir. And Olivia Thompson played and did not score. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification after Iowa defeats LSU, or will play LSU, defeated South Carolina 77-73. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield. Continuing on with the numbers after Iowa defeats Carolina 77-73. Team totals for the Hawkeyes: 28 of 53 from the field, 49%. 7 of 23 from three-point range, 30%. And 14 out of 14 from the free throw line. Let's head to the press room and pick up some comments here.
The other student athletes.
South Carolina is up first. And if there's nobody up there yet, we'll just monitor it and try to get back to it. Bring you as much from the locker room as possible tonight after Hawkeyes.
As a reminder for those in the room, please make sure your cell phones are on silent.
So they'll be getting started here momentarily in the media room here at American Airlines Center. So told you, the Hawks shoot 49%, 30% from 3. Perfect from the free throw line at 100%, 14 out of 14. For South Carolina, 30 of 77. Shot the ball 77 times tonight. Versus Iowa's 57, but just 39%, 30 of 77, 4 out of 20 from three-point range, 20%, 9 out of 13 from the free throw line, 69.2%. That's right at about their average. They were 10 points below their average from 3, and normally, on average, of course, didn't face a defense like tonight. They're 46% from the field. And tonight just 39%. Hawkeyes did a pretty good job taking care of the basketball too, especially in the third and fourth quarters. Only turned it over 10 times, had 8 steals. For Carolina, 9 assists. Hawks had 14 assists, 15 turnovers for Carolina, and 6 steals. Hawks led for 35 minutes and 53 seconds. South Carolina for 2:01. So as we talked about in the postgame show, Iowa controlled this game. Lost the lead a couple of times, but never by more than 1. And had that big run in the third quarter, 10-0 run. Of course, Carolina came right back, but then Iowa was able to regain the lead, which I thought was key. Never got down 5 to 7 to 9. It was 1, and then Iowa came back and took over again the lead. Just checking in with the media room to see if Carolina has reached the press room. And Zia Cook will be there. Of course, Dawn Staley will have some remarks that we'll try to get those from you. Jamie is in the Hawkeye locker room, so we'll certainly have plenty from the Iowa Hawkeyes tonight on the postgame show. Score by quarters, Iowa got off to a great start, especially in the first 5 minutes of the game, and led after one 22-13, had a 1-point lead at the half as South Carolina came back and outscored Iowa 24-16 in the second. Iowa came out charging again in the third quarter and won that one 21-18. Both teams scored 18 points in the fourth. Iowa 77, South Carolina 73. We'll be back with more postgame from Dallas. Hawkeyes heading to the national championship game to take on LSU. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey burger lovers, this is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Rob Brooks back inside the American Airlines Center. Hawkeyes win it 77-73 over South Carolina. South Carolina is in the media room. Let's join their post-game comments now.
I was being let go a lot, but I mean, I don't think it was anything different. I think it was just a very physical game. Our next question is going to be in the back corner to the left, ladies.
Lindsay Schnell, USA Today. Aaliyah, obviously this is really disappointing and frustrating to end the season like this, but you do have an opportunity to write a different ending because you do have a fifth year. When you said just now that you hadn't decided, did this game put that in the balance? Like, if you had won another title, were you gone for sure, or had you not actually decided?
I mean, this decision is a big decision. I was going to have to really write down the pros and the cons of everything, and so whether we won or not, it would still be something that I would have to consider. Ladies, we're going to go to our far right and the front row, please.
Jeremiah Holloway with the state. Aaliyah, that last three that Clark took, she misses it. You guys weren't able to corral the rebound. Was that more of a matter of kind of positioning than anything else on that play?
I mean, it was a long shot and a long rebound. Those can sometimes be really hard just based on how hard it came off the backboard, and that shot ricocheted off the backboard, and it was just really high, and so we just weren't in the position to get it. We're going to take a question to our left in the front row, please.
Yeah, Jacob Phillips, Daily Gamecock. Raven, for you, this was your first Final Four game that you've been able to play in. Just what was that experience like for you?
It was good just being out there, but you know, we didn't come out with the outcome. I really want to win for the seniors, but
yeah, I have more years to come, so we're definitely going to be back. Go ahead, Howard, to your right.
Howard Magdal at the next. Aaliyah and Raven, one for each of you. Raven, you have saved your biggest games this year for the biggest opponents. Tonight, LSU and UConn are your 3 double-figure games. Can you just talk about sort of what you've brought to those big matchups? And Aaliyah, if you could talk a little bit about what you think, what you see out of Raven in those moments.
Yeah, I'll start with Aaliyah in the freshie class. The way they just talk to me, the way they just show me what leadership is, and they show me what pro habits is every day. So I definitely cherish that every day. And Aaliyah just being in my ear, it gives me a lot of confidence. And also Coach Davia, it's not a day Coach Davia's not in my ear, and she also helped me with my confidence.
Yeah, after the game, I told Raven, I said, this is your team. You've been in the system for 2 years now. Next year coming up, people are going to look to you for that leadership role. So, just allowing her to, giving her that guidance of how to do it. I think this year she's been really listening to us, and you can see that during the games. And for her big games, I think Raven's just always ready. She does a great job of trying to pass the ball, making other people open, making them feel included. But tonight, I think she stepped up. She hit some really big threes for us, did a great job running the point position when Coach had her in. And so I just think she just steps up. That's just who she is. And next year is going to be really exciting when she's in that full role and she's really leading the team.
We have another question to our right, ladies.
Jen Hadfield with the next. For both of you, that moment the buzzer goes off, what's going through your head? And then Aaliyah, I think I saw from where I was sitting you kind of consoling Zaya or talking to her post-game, if you are comfortable sharing kind of what you told her or what that moment was like for you as well.
Yeah, you want to go first or me? When that buzzer went off, it was kind of just like an end of an era, it feels like. We had a special group, and so that's kind of just what it felt like. And, Zaya competed for 40 minutes. I mean, she played every single minute of this game. She gave it her all, and I just told her, nothing, you can't hang your head low because you did really good. You kept us in this game. Went out with foul trouble. Zai just kept attacking. She hit big shots. And, she worked really hard. 4 years went by really fast, but I told her no matter what she does next, she's ready for it. God has equipped her, and she's ready.
We're going to take a question from our virtual. David, you are permitted now to talk.
David Melandro of Sports Star Philadelphia. This is for Aaliyah. This game tonight marked the last 2 players of the year. Do you think you guys gained more fans?
I hope I gained some fans. But, I definitely think so. I think this game just grew with basketball. I bet a lot of people were watching. There were a lot of people in the crowds. You could hear Iowa fans and our fans. Everybody was just super excited for this game. I think it was a great game. So, but I hope so.
And to our front and the right.
Alan Cole, GamecockScoop.com. For either of you, now that it's over, now that you have the whole kind of season behind you, what are you going to remember most about this year and playing with this particular team, with the whole thing kind of in the rearview mirror?
I'm going to remember a fun year. I think we had so many great experiences. Just winning, how many games was that? 36 games. I feel like that's unbelievable. Coach told us in the locker room, she was like, this is rare. Teams can't say they did that. And even though this didn't end the way we wanted it to, those 36 games prior to this was really good.
And we'll pause right there as we've got assistant coach Raina Harmon here joining us. And boy, that had to be a happy locker room, huh?
Absolutely it was. Oh my gosh. Just to think about, the stage that we're on, the opponent that we're playing, and the legacy that, their seniors have left. But for us to just come out and be poised, in front of 19,000 people, and it felt like majority of them were Hawk fans, I am just really proud of the way that this team executed and just stayed focused the whole way.
The start of the game, just the first 5 minutes, and it seemed like the pace of play, just watching Iowa, and it seemed like kind of a mid-January game. There wasn't a lot of tension. It seemed like just kind of free play once the ball went in the basket. And really, I thought that was a great key, was to, hey, get off to a good start. Don't get down go 8-0 like the other night, even though you can come back.
That's right. And you know what? That's a testament to our team. And we're a group of veterans, right? And I mean, we've talked about them playing 91 games together. But I would say, you know, all the fanfare that's been going on this week, they kind of just stayed loose, and you never would have known that it's such a monumental game from the outside, right? And I think that's because our circle is so tight. That's not the things that we focus on. It's another basketball game. And so we're going to go out there. We're going to play Hawkeye basketball. We're going to play for each other. We're going to love each other. They're going to listen. They're going to get coached up. Coaches, we're going to do our job, make those necessary adjustments. That's what we did.
From a game plan standpoint, it seemed like the pick and roll, the two-player game was working pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that, you know, a lot of people's game plan, and I'm sure, you know, it might have been Coach Staley's as well, is take away, you know, the two-headed monster from Iowa in Caitlin and Mon. And what do? They go out having 41 and 18.
Yeah, it didn't work out that way, did it?
You know, and so I thought we set the tone right away, just setting those pick and rolls, and then Caitlin being able to just drive right at their bigs to the basket. And once she scored, 2 layups, now here comes Mon rolling to the lane by herself. They executed that perfectly. I thought, you know, McKenna, excuse me, McKenna, Gabby, and Kate, they came in and played their role to a T, with McKenna getting the biggest rebound of her life to date. Gabby having a huge task in guarding her former teammate, AAU teammate, Zaya Cook, which I thought she did a tremendous job on in the second half. And then Kate really just helping in everywhere that she could, and I thought she did a great job as well.
How big was it, too, when Carolina took a 1-point lead twice and then I think on the next possession, got it right back.
Yeah, well, we've been in these situations all year, right? I mean, you think about our non-conference schedule, and it was difficult this year. You think about the Big Ten, which I still believe is the best conference in this country. You know, we've had some of those battles with the Ohio State back and forth at their place. We've had that with Maryland back and forth in the Big Ten tournament. You know, we've had that with the Indiana everywhere we've played them. And so I think our team is battle-tested in that way. You know, whether it's down 8 to Louisville, whether it's down 1 to South Carolina, if we can shore up the things that we need to do, then we can be victorious in the end.
Didn't miss a free throw tonight, and some pretty clutch ones.
Oh, man, that's huge. 14 for 14. I love that. Maybe they'll get ice cream once we get back to Iowa City.
Well, not the next couple days, though, right?
That's right.
Fourth quarter, when did you really kind of say, okay, maybe we're one hoop away. If we could get this to a 2-possession game, hey, this can really happen?
Once we got the offensive rebound at the end. I mean, because they're so big. And,
right.
I mean, they started getting some of those foul calls at the end. And so, you know, Megan Gustafson, she coined stab and twist. And so it's like, it doesn't really matter what the score is, even because if you feel like it's a 4-point game, like, finish the game, right? We don't play for 39.5 minutes. We don't play for 39, 38. We play for 40 minutes. And so even when we had that last, you know, the ball, the inbounds, I'm telling them, hey, you know, they're down 4. Don't let them try to take an offensive foul, get the ball back, no time going off the clock. They can set up something, get a 3-point play. Now they're in this thing. No way.
Weird things can happen.
Weird things can happen. And so I thought everyone was focused in that last timeout. They knew the game plan for that last play. They executed it to a T. We got the ball inbounds. Happy Hawks.
Well, I saw you this morning, and you were putting the final touches on that LSU scout.
That's
Here
right.
we go.
Here we go. I'm excited about that. Hawk fans, I know you are. I pray for all of you guys. I hope that everyone's okay after the situation with the storms that we had today. We're thinking about you guys. Hope we can give you something to cheer about on Sunday, though.
Well, gave them something to cheer about tonight.
That's right. Go Hawks.
Raina, appreciate it. Raina Harmon on the post-game show after the Hawkeyes defeat South Carolina 77-73 to head on to the national championship game against LSU on Sunday afternoon here from Dallas. We'll be back with more post-game from the American Airlines Center after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Visit shelterinsurance.com to find an agent to help you pick a policy that's right for you. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
What does it take to be a success? Hard work, determination, and unrelenting attitude. The Hawkeye women have given their all every day, and we at Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company wish to congratulate the Hawkeye women's basketball team on all you've accomplished. We're proud to say we support the University of Iowa and the Hawkeye women's basketball program. You represent all that it means to be an Iowan and to be a Hawkeye. At Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company, we thank you for an amazing season and continue to cheer for your success. Go Hawks!
Did you know you can now get your Quick Star favorites even quicker with mobile ordering through your Quick Rewards app? You can have all your favorites like chicken tenders, pizza, Nature's Touch ice cream, or a new puppy waiting for you when you arrive. Okay, just kidding about the new puppy. We're still working with the developer on that one. Order ahead, grab and go. We can even bring the orders to your car curbside. Hey, the Quick life is a good life. Download the Quick Rewards app and order ahead today.
Midwest One believed in us and gave us the money to get started, and it was great.
We're talking with Jack Piper of Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack.
In 2005, they were there when we opened Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack. They've been there every step of the way with funding and great feedback on how to expand our brand. Midwest One Bank has been great, and with the recent uncertain times, we got through it, thanks to Midwest One Bank.
Midwest One Bank. Simply better banking. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Back on the postgame show from Dallas, Iowa 77, South Carolina 73. I believe Don Staley now is addressing the media.
It needs to get done. But again, it's just hard to, it's hard for her to move. I think it's hard to officiate the way the game was played. It's just hard to officiate. And, when she's 2 for 9, 2 fouls, 2 fouls in the first couple of minutes of the first quarter. It's just hard. I mean, she's a big part of what we do.
We're going to go to our left, Coach.
Left.
Coach, AJ Jones, BS3 TV, KYLK Radio out of Houston. A lot of times other coaches, your colleagues, have sitting in that spot and talked about you all being bullies. What's the truth about your team?
The truth about our team, okay? It's a good question, okay? We're not bar fighters. We're not thugs. We're not monkeys. We're not street fighters. This team exemplifies how you need to approach basketball on the court and off the court. And I do think that that's sometimes brought into the game, and it hurts. Okay. And I do think that some of I'm gonna say it because I said I was gonna say it, whether we lost or whether we won. Some of the people in the media, when you're gathering in public, you're saying things about our team, and you're being heard. And it's being brought back to me, okay? And these are the people that write nationally for our sport. So you can not like our team, okay? You can not like me, but when you say things that you probably should be saying in your home, on the phone, or texting out in public, and you're being heard, and you are a national writer for our sport, it just confirms what we already know. So watch what you say when you're in public and you're talking about my team in particular. Just watch what you say about our team, because it's wrong. You got young lives who are really, if you really knew them, like you really want to know other players that represent this game, you would think differently. So don't judge us by the color of our skin, okay? Judge us by how we approach the game. And you may not like how we play the game, may not like it, That's the way we play. That's the way I coach. I'm not changing. We found success in it, and maybe some days, like today, we end up on the losing side of the stick. But guess what? We live to see another day. We live to see the comeback next year and try to do this again. Because I'm not changing. I'm not changing. But I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Because I do have friends in the media, whether you believe it or not. I do have some friends in the media. So for those of you who were at whatever event you were at that was nearby this arena yesterday, you were heard. You were overheard talking about our team. So.
Coach, we're going to take a question from the right-hand side. Howard, go ahead.
Hey, Dawn. Howard Magdal at the Next. To talk about Raven a little bit, and just, you know, I know when we talked after UConn, it was a time where she stepped forward. I wonder whether you think her ability to do that then helped her prepare for what she did tonight, and just generally speaking, how you see her as a potential leader for this team going forward.
Raven's our future. I mean, Raven has a bright future. She's got some great instincts as a point guard. And she just mentioned, I ask her sometimes why. Why did you do that? And I ask why because I like to know her process. I like to know what she's thinking, and it helps me teach her a little bit better. She doesn't know, sometimes she doesn't know why, because she's got really, really, really good instincts. So when she's able to keep those instincts the way they are, but also just be a little bit more patient about seeing other options, she's gonna be a terrific point guard. So she's a pro in the making, and I'm super proud that she's on our team and she's gonna represent our team and our university.
That back right-hand corner, Coach.
Thank you very much. Dawn, you talked the other day a lot about your faith. So in this moment, I want to ask, what is it that you would say to the kids back in South Carolina about, you know, I've heard you say many times, what God has for you is for you, right?
Yeah.
What would you say to them about overcoming disappointments like this to use that setback as a setup for what's ahead in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't give honor to God when we win. Obviously, we want to win all the games. He's the reason for all seasons, you know. It's not harvest time yet. It's not harvest time. So I take the good with the bad. Like I'm a sore loser, but I'm a gracious loser. I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Iowa had a terrific game plan, and we didn't get it done. There were opportunities. There were 3 turnovers we had in a row that were somewhat of a game changer for us. That if we had them back, you know, we could probably open up a lead that would have put us over the top, but wasn't in the cards. It was, you know, we did that to other teams and we ended up winning. So we got to take it, you know, we got to take the good with the bad. I'm never going to turn my back on the game of basketball. It's just giving too much to me. I'm still favored. Still favored.
Some of the post-game comments from Dawn Staley. Of course, national champions last year, 36 and now 1, had won 36 in a row. This year, 42 overall, and has had terrific teams. Won it in 2017 and won it in 2022. And, you know, tough loss for South Carolina. And at the end, I gave credit to the Hawkeyes, which the Hawkeyes certainly richly deserve, knocking off number 1 tonight, 77-73. We'll head to the Iowa locker room here in Dallas when we come back. Stay with us. More after the break. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. I mean, can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Welcome back to Dallas, Texas. It'll be Iowa and LSU, the national championship game. We might say that a few more times tonight and over the weekend. All getting ready for the Hawks and the Tigers from the SEC. Actually, with LSU, kind of a little bit of a surprise. I think most people thought it'd be a close game. And Virginia Tech had a really good basketball team and kind of went under the radar, I think, on the national level this year. But LSU, with terrific inside play, good guard play, will take on the Hawkeyes on Sunday. Just kind of wanted to check the LSU games against South Carolina. At Carolina, Carolina blew out LSU 88-64. And that was the only meeting. That's didn't have to go play at LSU, so no problem. The one time that the two played, when they were both ranked in the top 5, of course, South Carolina was number 1, and LSU, depending on the poll, was 2 or 3. Let's head now to the happy Iowa Hawkeye locker room, and Jamie has
Thanks,
Coach
Rob,
Bluder to lead it off.
Coach Bluder. We're going to the national championship, Jamie. Oh. We were talking before the Final Four didn't feel real, right when you found out you were going to the Final Four. Yeah. And not only are you in the Final Four, you're now in the national championship. Where's your brain at? Where's your team at? Take me through that.
I'm just so proud of these women. They believed. I mean, nobody outside of the people wearing black and gold believed we were going to win this game today. Nobody, except for the women in our circle. And that's all that matters to us. We don't care what anybody else says except for how everybody in our circle feels. And you could just see it in their eyes. They believed. They honestly believed. And we know that South Carolina, again, had 40-whatever straight games. They were number 1 in the country all year. But all we had to play was 40 minutes. We didn't have to play them 36 games. We had to play them one game for 40 minutes, and our kids came out on top.
Today you had a lot of people step up, and step up big. Monica Sonano, you had Addie O'Grady, you had McKenna Warnock battling against 6'7", 6'4", playing like they were that size, even though we all know they're not. But what does that mean to have your post step up like that?
We said the key to this game was going to be post defense and people helping out on it. So I thought we gave them some good help. But man, oh man, McKenna is a warrior. She is an absolute warrior. Monica shoots 75%. And then has, goes perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line. All week long we kept hearing about how marvelous South Carolina's defense was. And it was good. It was really good. But you know something? We only had 10 turnovers against that defense. And let's talk about numbers. We held them to 39% shooting and 20% from the three-point line, while we shot 49% and 30%. So I don't know. I think the Hawks can play some D too.
So you're playing a championship game against LSU. What do you have to say to that?
Yeah, I watched very little of the game. Okay. To be quite honest, I was really focused on this game. I know that we have, a scout prepared by my assistant coaches, and we'll start working on that tonight. But I think they're very similar to what we just saw.
All right, and why not us, right?
Why not us?
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Jane.
Congrats.
Only 8 points. How did you guys contain her and make sure she didn't get her points?
Well, she got in foul trouble early, and we drew a few on her. So the best way to guard a player of that caliber is to put them on the bench, and I think we did a good job of that.
Talk about your defense tonight, because obviously you guys were really kind of calling.
Yeah, we took some chances off of some people who might not be the best three-point shooters statistically. So we kind of packed in the paint as much as we could. Maybe put 2 people on a box out. Obviously, they got some boards, and we knew that was going to happen. But we took chances, and we just had to rebound the heck out of the ball. And I think when we did that, we got to push into into transition on our offensive end, and that's what helped us.
Yeah, that first quarter that you couldn't ask for anything better. You knew they were going to come back and counter. How tough was it to survive over and over? Because they weren't going to win.
Well, I don't think we just survived. I think we thrived in that, actually. But we got out early, and I think we set the tone right away, and I think that's what really carried us throughout the game.
How important was it to do that against a team that's won 42 straight where they're used to success?
Super important. They had never, they really haven't been in that position before. Obviously, they haven't lost in 42 games, so we've been in those kind of positions before, and so we just really used that to our advantage.
Did you notice that they were in a spot they hadn't been?
Yeah, somewhat. They're a great program, and all kudos to them because they played so well. They rebounded so well, and they're a really good team. It was a hard physical game, but yeah, we could see they got a little tight towards the end.
What did you think of before the game? Like, if we can get them into it?
Honestly, we didn't. We didn't talk about that. We just went out there and played basketball, and we kind of just got into that situation.
What was this stage like? That's very incredible crowd. That just had to be everything you imagined.
Yeah, absolutely. Hawk fans show up wherever we go. It was definitely Carver South in here today.
What did you think about the game plan as far as getting Monica a bunch of shots?
I think we executed it really well, honestly. We came out with the win, so I can't be too much more happy.
Have you ever used it? That was basically pick and roll?
Yeah, we've really never played a team like them before, so we just figured what things were working, and pick and rolls were working for us, and packing in the paint was working for us, so we just stuck with it through the whole 40 minutes.
What was the feeling at halftime?
Was it a team of destiny? You guys had more stuff, and just no turning around and what it makes us
Yeah, it means the world. I'm so happy to do that with Coach Bluter and all these girls, and this was our goal. We didn't just get to the Final Four just to get here. We said we wanted to win 2 more games, and so we're going to get some rest, go over the game plan for LSU, and see what happens Sunday.
Hey, Kate. Hey, how's this business trip going?
Hey, it's going really well basketball-wise.
Do you feel like you're setting that tone and you guys are being the people that you set out to be?
Definitely. I think we set the tone early this game, and honestly, we just set the tone with our confidence throughout this whole tournament, and we're just showing the world who we are.
And how about one more thing to tell those fans? What do you want to say to the Hawk fans who are listening right now and everybody who watched you guys get here to the national championship today?
Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here. I know a lot of you wanted to be here and couldn't get tickets, but we know you're supporting us back home, and we love you guys, and we wouldn't be here without you.
Jamie, thank you very much. Words from Kate Martin, who played 36 minutes and 42 seconds tonight, had 7 points and 7 boards and 2 assists. And Coach Bluter talked about the great job in taking care of the basketball. She only had 1 turnover. Kate Martin, one of the leaders of this team. Let's go back to the Iowa locker room. Jamie has Sharon Goodman. Wanted to talk to her about her academic award, having the best grade point average of any player in the Final Four, and how excited she is. And also Addie O'Grady, good minutes off the bench with 4.
Now I'm here with Sharon Goodman. Girl, you got an awesome award.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Can we just take a minute to talk about, you come in, you work really hard day in, day out, but you're obviously taking time outside to study.
Yes.
And perfect that side of your life as well. What does it mean to be able, I'm sure you didn't know what was going to happen, but be acknowledged for something that you do that nobody sees?
I mean, I'm definitely not the only one on the team that works really hard at school. I mean, I think of like Addie and Taylor. They're both engineering majors, and like that's hard work, and they do so much. So I'm definitely like, there's a lot of people that work as hard as that. But it did mean a lot, and it was just a special moment. I wasn't expecting it, but well, yeah, it was special. And the girls seemed to like know before I did, and then they were like, Sharon, it's gonna be you, and I was like, oh jeez. But
and now your team gets to go to play one more game.
Crazy.
One more game, the national championship game. What is the mentality of this team right now?
I think what we've been saying, like, why not us? We have so much, we're such a tight circle, and we love each other, and I think we all just have such a feeling right now that, like, we're here, and why not us, and let's go do this thing.
All right, why not us?
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Jamie, thank you very much. And Sharon Goodman, a terrific award that she got. And now we're back with Addie O'Grady.
I think the thing is that they're trying to tell us our mindset. I mean, I feel like we all just believed that we were going to win. Like, it was even written on the board, like, this is our destiny. Why not us? Like, we just really had that belief.
Who actually wrote on the board?
Coach Bluter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This is a team with destiny.
Yeah, we do. We really do.
I saw there were a couple of fans who had signs that read, "Are you serious, Caitlin?"
Yeah, I mean, yes, she is so surreal. Like, such a crazy player to play with. Like, yeah, are you serious? That's a really a shirt that sums up, I think, how she plays.
What did she write on the board again? We missed that.
That this is our destiny, and we also got shirts that said, "Why not us?"
Well, when did you get those shirts?
This morning we got those shirts.
You got shirts this morning that said, "Why not us?"
Yep.
Oh, wow.
But that's kind of been an ongoing saying throughout our season.
This is something the coach gave to the players.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, wow.
What the strategy to let them shoot from the outside and then pack it in?
I mean, we just looked at the stats, really. Like, they're a really good offensive rebounding team and shooting 2-pointers. But obviously 3 is like their weakness. So that's what we were going for. We knew if we could box out, we shoot at a better percentage than them, so we were going to win.
How did you work through like the rebounding deficit? I think they out-rebounded you by 20.
Yeah. I mean, we knew that was going to happen, so we were just doing our best not to get frustrated with it. Like, we were mentally prepared for that. Like, we knew that they were going to get a lot of rebounds, but we were just trying to limit it, really.
And how crucial was that, like, rebound from McKenna with 30 seconds left?
Crucial. I mean, that was crazy. After she just got knocked down on the play before, that was just all heart for her, really.
Addie, what was it like going against these big girls? You being a big girl yourself, getting to go up against some of the best posts in the nation and be able to hold your own today and go to the national championship.
It was crazy because I don't really play against, I mean, I have in high school. My teammate, Lauren Betts, is 6'7", but they were all really tall and really aggressive, but it was really fun to get to play that different style of basketball today.
Well, you played awesome. You played big. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jamie, thank you. Open locker room, of course, at the NCAA tournament, and getting to talk to Kate Martin and also Addie O'Grady, along with Sharon Goodman. Well, before we sign off, we certainly want to listen in on how the Hawkeyes got the victory at 77-73 with some of tonight's top plays. Hawks look to run. Down court pass, Clark fires a 3 left wing and drills it. Off the dribble, nice pass by Gabby Marshall. Now Caitlin at the top of the key, gets a Sonano screen, and now on the give and go, gives it to Monica Sonano. Easy layup. Nobody in the paint for South Carolina.
No, not at all.
Got the offensive rebound, did Cordoso, but she threw it away to Gabby Marshall. Marshall, left side, Martin, 3.
Yes! Kate frickin' Martin.
Hawks by 3. 7:25 left to go until halftime. Here's Clark. Step back 3, left to the top of the key. Drills it.
Bucket.
Wow.
Wow. But nice, that step back. It's killing him, that step back.
Iowa basketball as Martin brings the ball across the timeline. Carolina by 1. Yes! And Clark comes off a screen and drills a three-pointer from the right wing.
Oh, Caitlin Clark.
19, and there's the Big Ten single-season scoring record. Back outside to Warnock, 48-43. Now Clark gets free. Pump fakes, kicks it back out to Warnock for 3.
Oh, McKenna! She's Warnocking them down now.
Clark dribbling it out on the logo. Brings it left side, now to Warnock, back to Caitlin. Now inside, Sedano goes to work off the window. Got it!
Yes!
2-point Iowa lead. Clark across the timeline. Johnson out on her. Logo 3 straight away. Count it!
Clark!
That gets the crowd into it. Now back to Clark in between the circles. She drives down the right side of the lane. Shot is up and good.
Great drive. Great drive. Gives Iowa a 4-point advantage.
1:10 left to go. Clark gets it.
Oh
running around on the baseline. That's going to do it. The Hawks with history.
I can't.
Off to the title game, 77-73 to face LSU.
Oh my goodness, Rob.
Listen to this crowd.
This is amazing.
And the Hawk fans were in it, no doubt about that, as they had a great time cheering on the Hawkeyes. And then Iowa, of course, spent an extended time on the court, went over and waved all their family members, friends, and, of course, all those great Hawkeye fans that now will have a good time tonight, tomorrow, and we'll play some basketball on Sunday.
I mean, I hope everyone at home, I don't know if anyone's able to sleep. I'm not going to be able to sleep if we'll just see. I'm just going to have to just keep going until my body eventually falls down and goes to sleep. That's it. That's the only way I'm falling asleep tonight.
Well, we've done it before. We were up at 2:30 in the morning on Monday in Seattle, and then Thursday morning at the airport at 5. So
it worked out
new,
fine.
Right?
We'll be fine. So the good news is we don't have to wake up at 4:30. We just get to wake up and be happy.
That's right, and we certainly will. Check the media room one more time, see if the Hawkeyes
make of the game plan that you guys had. And did you have some input in it as the week went on to how to stop them, and then also your offense as it pertained to your offense?
Yeah, I didn't have any input. Sometimes I give input and they still don't want it. But
Caitlin Clark.
Coaches, they've been in this game a really long time. I thought they've had a tremendous game plan, and obviously they've been working on this scout for quite some time. It's probably very obvious that South Carolina was going to get to this point, and I loved our game plan. Pack the paint. At times I wasn't really even 2 feet out of the paint. And we were going to live with them making threes. I thought Johnson came through and made some tough threes and situations where they really needed it, but we never got discouraged or anything like that. So, I loved our game plan. We really packed the paint, made them earn it around the rim, and obviously, they got some O boards, but at the same time, nobody said we were going to out-rebound them. That would have been, a lie. But, I thought all we did was just come back down every single time and, buy into our defense. And Coach Bluter switched it up quite a bit, too, and I thought that gave them problems. She's always a coach. We're never going to stay in one defense too long. You got to keep switching it up.
We're going to stay on our far right.
Mitch Vick, KGN, all three of you. Kate took me to task a little bit ago. I asked her what it took to and how you'd survive the waves that were going to come after a first quarter you couldn't ask anything more from. She said, I think we thrived, actually. You guys agree with that you kind of set the tone and kept it the whole game?
Due to time, we'll have one person answer. If I can have McKenna do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think obviously coming out and getting that lead right away was really awesome. I don't think that they've been down much this season, and that was a great thing for us. And I think we do a great job when we come out starting hot, and we definitely did this game. And I'm just really proud of our ability to kind of withstand all their runs at the times and keep and maintain that lead the entire game. So,
far left, Lindsay, please go ahead.
Lindsay Schnell, USA Today. So, Caitlin, before this game, would you have compared Monica to Draymond Green? Because during the game, I was getting quite a few texts from basketball people who were saying, she's the difference maker. And Monica, I wondered if you watched some Draymond Green footage to get you in this mood?
To be honest, no, I would never compare Monica to Draymond. But the person on our team who I would is Kate Martin. She's the player that does all the dirty work, sets people up, sets her teammate up, is an emotional leader. So they might have gotten Kate and Mon confused, but Monica probably not so much. We could probably find some different player comps for her. But no, I think, Mon said she made some tough baskets tonight. She had a finish there at the end of the third quarter that was, about as good a finish as I've ever seen by a post player. She has 6'7" guarding her, and she makes a huge basket that, gives us another 2 points when, it comes down to it at the end. We needed that.
We're going to go to our right-hand side. Howard, please go ahead.
Howard Magdal at the Knicks. Monica, for you, it was a decision to come back, and I'm just wondering if you've reflected on that decision tonight. And Caitlin, I'm wondering, it seemed you ran into the crowd to go hug someone. Can you talk about that moment and who you hugged and what that was like?
Yeah, I mean, the decision to come back was the easiest decision I've ever had to make, quite honestly. I would have been a fool to leave this program and leave this family. I would have done it. I obviously knew we had something to prove, but I would have done it no matter what, whether we would have come back with no expectations at all. We truly are such a family, and I know you hear it a lot, and it gets kind of old, but this is something I'll never forget, being with this group of people, getting to do what we love to do every single day and working together through adversity every single day. So, yeah, no regret on my end.
We're going to take a virtual call. We'll go with, I'm sorry. Please go ahead, Caitlin. I apologize.
Just my family in the stands. That's who I was hugging. Obviously they've been like my biggest supporters all throughout my career, and that's one of the reasons I came to Iowa is because, they wanted to be at all my games, travel around and support. My dad comes to a lot of my stuff, and just to be able to share the moment with them, and it's pretty special to all of us to have our families here and be along this ride with them, and people that have sacrificed a lot for us.
Little extra from the Iowa locker room as we wrap up our post-game coverage here from Dallas, and I hope everybody back home is doing okay, doing well as that severe weather hit the entire state of Iowa. We're certainly thinking of you, and hope that you join us on Sunday as Iowa defeats South Carolina to head to the championship game, 77-73. Another spectacular night from Caitlin Clark, as she ended up with 41 points, 6 boards, and 8 assists to lead the way, and of course had a lot of help. So Jamie, we'll get some rest, and we'll be back here on Sunday for Iowa and LSU for the national championship. It looks like the start time is 2:30 Central, so we'll be on the air at 2:15 to get you ready for Iowa and LSU. Thanks so much for listening. It's been a fun ride the entire year, and thank goodness there's one more game to go as Iowa and LSU in the national championship game after defeating South Carolina tonight. For Jamie Cavey-Lang, I'm Rob Brooks. Have a great rest of the weekend, and we'll talk to you on Sunday. Good night from American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawkeye Women's Basketball has been brought to you by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. United Healthcare. Proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. And by U.S. Bank. Proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.